Got your microphone on? Is it in front of your face? Huh? Hello. Hello. I hope everybody's well, and we just thought we'd do a little come chat with us section. I'm just going to check the levels here and see. Do you want to say something, Dee Dee?
Hi, here we are. This is my little spaceship.
You might want to just, if you wouldn't mind, just popping it up just a little bit for both of us, Dee Dee.
Okay.
We're just checking the levels here, so. And Dee Dee's playing No Man's Sky, and anybody who wants to just drop in to the live chat and say hi, and how about you, Dee Dee? What's your levels like now?
Okay, I think mine are fine.
Okay, well anyway, somebody can tell us if it's not, so
yes, if it's not good, let us know.
So where are we anyway here, Dee Dee, with No Man's Land?
We're in No Man's Sky.
Sky, I'm sorry, No Man's Land, yeah.
Okay, where we are is in the freighter. This is my freighter, and this is one of my spaceships.
Uh-huh.
And I have a few spaceships. I have this one here, which is kind of pretty. And then I have that little yellow one.
Does it give any sort of idea of where you are in the galaxy? Are you in this solar system, or are you?
I'm actually in a different galaxy at this point.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I've changed galaxies.
Right.
But I may end up going back to the old galaxy.
Right. Does it have a name?
And I'm taking off. Eisenstam Galaxy is this one.
Okay.
And so I've just taken off a little fly out. I'm parked quite near the space station, which is right over there.
Right.
And I won't go into it. I don't really want to go into the space station. But I'll give you a look at this is my freighter.
That's your freighter?
Yeah.
And what's that?
That is my freighter.
Right.
And all of these little ships.
Yeah.
Up above are my frigates. They're ships that work with my freighter. They're part of my fleet.
Oh yeah.
And I don't fly those ships, but there's people who come and fly for me.
Oh, okay. How many ships do you have?
32. I have 32 that come with me.
Right.
Come with that big freighter.
Uh-huh.
And they go on missions.
Right.
And they go on missions of exploration or trade missions or different things like that.
Right.
And each of those ships is actually pretty big. I could actually land this little ship on one of them.
Right.
Like, this is one of my trade frigates here. I'm getting closer to it. And I can land my little ship.
Rooney's got something to say. He's very purry. Aren't you, Rooney?
And this is my... this is the fellow who is the captain of this ship.
Oh, okay.
And
that fellow sort of in the distance there.
That little fellow, you see, his hologram was there to come and talk to me.
Oh, yeah.
And I have people of various species. My freighter is called the Excellence of Diversity.
Did you make that up?
Of course.
Huh. I see somebody's lurking. You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine to lurk if you want to, but feel
Anyway,
free to drop in.
That's a better look at my freighter.
Oh wow. It's amazing the graphics in this, isn't it?
It is. It's really amazing. And let's see. Now.
And it sort of it seems to go on and on. Like you can just play this ad infinitum, can't you?
You can, because it's now. I'm actually going to leave this solar system. I've got bases and stuff on the planets. I don't know if you want to go down and see a base.
Sure.
Let's see. Where's a nice base? I haven't.
Hey Didi, is there any food there for Rooney?
Let me see.
Oh.
And I'm in an asteroid field right now.
There always seems to be an asteroid field in this.
Well, there's a lot of asteroids around, and you need to mine asteroids for fuel for your ships.
Is that Ginny lurking there? Excuse me.
And this is a two-star system, a binary system.
Oh, okay. A 2-star system. Wow. Would that be pretty hot there then?
Yeah.
If you got 2 stars. Imagine having 2 suns.
Yeah.
Be kind of nuts, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, there are solar systems like that.
That have 2
systems.
suns.
They rotate around each other.
Oh.
And then the planets rotate around their center of gravity.
Right. So did anybody, oh, no, they were lurking, now they're gone. I was going to ask if anybody's checked out the chocolate cake, that recipe that I left in the...
Chocolate cake.
I know that Kim tried it and said she really enjoyed it, and her father enjoyed it.
Now I'm gonna...
I have a nice recipe for scrambled tofu too, which has got a whole bunch of different things in it. If anybody's interested in that, I've got different recipes actually.
Of
course, there's a gazillion recipes online.
The planet, and then here we are. My base is over there.
And anybody who doesn't know, they're all vegan recipes too that I'm talking about. So, if you didn't catch the live stream just before this live, if you didn't catch the premiere of the video just before this live stream, it was about Michelle Flournoy, who is the Joe Biden's pick for National Secretary of Defense. And as one would probably imagine, she's a horror story. I don't know if she's more of a horror story than what Hillary Clinton was, but I think Hillary Clinton likes her a lot, and I think they're kind of...
and that says one, says heaps.
Yeah, and she's pretty bad. So do check that out. It's actually, I just give a little intro to some excerpts about Michelle Flournoy from Behind the Headlines and Dan Cohen is talking about it.
Anyway,
so,
there's my little ship, and that's it's landed now. And,
okay.
And this is my base, part of my base.
Mm.
Now, and as I go in, you can see that there's a teleporter inside.
Right.
And I can step into that, and I move to a different place.
Oh, so you've got a teleporter.
And
wow.
this is where I'm creating electricity, electromagnetic renewable electricity.
Mm.
And then I can transport to my other base, the other part of my base.
Mm-hmm.
And this one I have a teleportation gateway.
Uh-huh.
And also, when you go out,
excuse me.
you can see the other base over there. No. And that thing over there is a portal. It's kind of like a Stargate.
Oh, yeah.
Now, here's my teleportation to the other base, but I can also use this one, and it brings me right over to the portal.
Right.
And I could use that to go somewhere else.
Oh, yeah.
And
that's very pretty. I love all these colors.
Yeah. And maybe I will.
So who would have thought Eric Clapton was going to be a bit of a tosser along with Van Morrison on an anti-lockdown song? Seriously, of all the things that people could spend their time sort of pushing, it has to be that. Couldn't be like Free Palestine or anything. No, it has to be some stupid effing anti-lockdown song.
Anyway, this is kind of a pretty little world.
Anyway, today I saw something funny. I already shared this with you, Dee Dee, but I might share it with anybody else who happens to be watching or listening. Excuse my voice at the moment. We have a lot of hay in the air because of all the animal agriculture around the place, and it's really affecting my eyes and my throat, so I sort of sound a bit croaky. And anyway, but I was reading this Chris Hedges essay today, and it had a part in it which said, Chris Hedges said, I thought this was an article from The Onion. I thought this was something from The Onion, he said, when he saw this job posting from the New York Times for a Moscow correspondent. And he thought it was a parody, posted by The Onion, but it wasn't. And he said Chris Hedges said it speaks volumes about the immolation of the New York Times and the press. And this is the job description. This is the actual job description for the New York Times. Vladimir Putin's Russia remains one of the biggest stories in the world. It sends out hit squads armed with nerve agents against its enemies, most recently the opposition leader Alexei Navalny. It has its cyber agents, sows chaos and disharmony in the West to tarnish its democratic systems while promoting its faux version of democracy. This is an actual job, for the New York Times. It has deployed private military contractors around the globe to secretly spread its influence. At home, its hospitals are filling up fast with COVID patients as its president hides out in his villa. If that sounds like a place you want to cover, then we have good news. We have an opening for a new correspondent as Andy Higgins takes over as our next Eastern Europe Bureau Chief early next year. So, yeah, that's a New York Times job that's offering for a Moscow correspondent. I mean, seriously and truly. It's just so sad, and it must make Chris Hedges very sad. Hey, Didi, because he used to work there until he got kicked out because he was vocal against the Iraq War in 2003. So
he's a lefty.
They kicked him out. So anyway, Yeah, just trash. Just compost filler, isn't it really?
It is.
Or recycling. It's just a tragedy for the trees that are cut down for that nonsense.
Yeah. It's gotten worse too.
Excuse me, and this is a real shocker too. I was actually going to do a video about this, but court filings reveal consultants talk of a records purge during the opioid crisis and shed new light on sales advice given to billionaire Sackler family and their drug company Purdue Pharma. When Purdue Pharma agreed last month to plead guilty to criminal charges involving OxyContin, the Justice Department noted that the role an unidentified consulting company had played in driving sales of the addictive painkiller, even as public outrage grew over widespread overdoses. Documents released last week in a federal bankruptcy court in New York show that the advisor was McKinsey & Company, the world's most prestigious consulting firm. The 160 pages include emails and slides revealing new details about McKinsey's advice to the Sackler family, Purdue's billionaire owners, and the firm's now notorious plan to turbocharge OxyContin sales at a time when opioid abuse had already killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. In a 2017 presentation, according to the records which were filed in court on behalf of multiple state attorney generals, McKinsey laid out several options to shore up sales. One was to give Purdue's distributors a rebate for every OxyContin overdose attributable to the pills they sold.
Jesus.
I mean,
Really, I would have thought, it's something you would not want anybody to know.
No.
You certainly wouldn't want, records of it as payments for overdoses.
Yeah, I mean, how far gone do you have to be? Then the presentation estimated how many customers of companies including CVS and Anthem might overdose. It projected that in 2019, for example, 2,884 CVS customers would either have an overdose or develop an opioid use disorder. A rebate of $14,810 per event, in quotes, meant that Purdue would pay CVS $36.8 million that year. I mean, this is just disgusting. This is like beyond disgusting. And CVS and Anthem have recently been among McKinsey's biggest clients. Press officers for the two companies said they had never received rebates from Purdue for customers who had overdosed on OxyContin. Well, I'd like to see their bank statements. Wouldn't that be good, Dee Dee?
Yeah. I have a little cat.
Though McKinsey had not been charged by the federal government or sued, it began to worry about legal repercussions in 2018, according to the documents, after Massachusetts filed a lawsuit against Purdue. Martin Elling, a leader for McKinsey's North American pharmaceutical practice, wrote to another senior partner, Arnab Ghatak, quote, "It probably makes sense to have a quick conversation with the risk committee to see if we should be doing anything other than eliminating all our documents and emails. Suspect, but not. But as things get tougher there, someone might turn to us." You think? Anyway, that's all I'll read of that. But that's from the New York Times. McKinsey proposed paying pharmacy companies rebates for OxyContin overdoses. I mean, I don't know. Things are the outright corruption and sort of moral depravity.
Yeah, it's really
just almost an everyday. It's pretty much an everyday event at this point, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, that's
I-
just disgusting.
I-
And you know what? All those customers that go to any of these CVS's that did that should drop them like a hot potato, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
And they should just
Yeah.
say, and just drive them
Say,
into
no.
bankruptcy by not buying anything from them. Buy anything online that you can buy from anywhere else, but don't buy from them.
Yes.
And drive them into the ground, because that is disgraceful.
Yeah. It's like it's an intentional thing.
Yeah, and
Right.
that's figuring in. That's just like, when those car manufacturers, it's sort
When
of
the
similar.
car manufacturers and the
Yeah.
bean counters had that thing where, they knew that things would kill people, like the Pinto, the exploding Pinto, the
Yeah.
petrol tank that would explode if it was bumped from behind, and they figured, well, okay, how many suits would we get, and how much would it cost?
Yeah.
And it would be cheaper to pay off those people that die
Yeah,
rather than fix it so that they don't die.
yeah. They
You
just
know.
factor in how much they would lose, and they sort of go, oh, okay, well, we'll still come ahead. Because the Purdue family in this, who knew that OxyContin was very addictive, they filed for bankruptcy, and I'm sure they've moved a lot of their money offshore and made sure, they're just fine. Thanks very much, and they'll open with some other business, and none of them are going to prison. The Sackler family, none of them are going to prison, even though they knew that they were lying about how addictive OxyContin was, and how many people now have overdosed. Like there was about 100 a day have been overdosing and dying for a while now, for at least a couple of years. And I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if other people are sort of shocked, or if people are so it's so normal now for this kind of this kind of corruption, and to just go on without any sort of recourse. There's no accountability, is there, Dee Dee?
No.
They just keep these things keep happening. I mean, they probably even factored in, Dee Dee, that
Yeah.
if they got found out, that they'd just file, move stuff offshore, file bankruptcy, and they'd be fine. I bet you they probably even factored that in.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, transnational corporations or global corporations really have no loyalty to anyone.
No.
Yeah, because they are global, and they can always move.
All those families, darling, all these families, Dee Dee, they can't sue the Sackler family, because maybe they could sue that law firm, I don't know, but they can't sue the Sackler family because they filed for bankruptcy, really.
Yeah.
So all those, thousands and thousands of people who are dead and their families.
And the thing is that company can file for bankruptcy, but the people who run it, who created that situation, they're not bankrupt.
No.
It's like Donald Trump's, boasted about having, his 3 or 4 of his companies go bankrupt. He said, well, I'm smart. They went bankrupt. I didn't.
Yeah. Well, people who have student debt.
It just means that nobody can come after anything. He can take all the money out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People who have student debt can't file for bankruptcy.
No, they've made it so ordinary people can.
Yeah, I mean, it really is an inverted totalitarian state, as Chris Hedges has said. It's all on the side of corporations, and everybody else can just go to hell.
Yeah.
If people would just kind of stop pushing against all the measures, like we've had some lockdowns here in Australia, haven't we, Dee Dee?
Yes. Well,
And
we were really good, actually, and did a lockdown right away.
Yeah.
We locked down before the World Health Organization, advised people to lock down.
Yeah.
We
Yeah. And we actually now sort of are doing very well. Like Victoria was having a problem because people were, going out of the quarantine situation, meaning hotel quarantine.
Yeah.
And
basically, it was because of their security.
The security was bad.
Corrupt.
Yeah, it was corrupt. But they finally got it under control. And so is New South Wales. So, and this is, if countries like the United States weren't so wrapped up in the economy and F the people kind of thing.
Yeah.
If they just did some serious, and all states cooperated, they could probably get it eventually under control. If they just all cooperated and did some hard measures and then it wouldn't go on ad infinitum. This is the sad thing. The more they muck about and the more they resist it, and the more these unfortunate anti-mask truthers kind of, freedom, and they don't care if anybody else gets COVID. It's just sort of don't impinge on my freedoms. If people just stopped with that and just took it seriously for a while, they might be able to get it under control.
Well, the thing is, China, there was somebody who was posting some pictures of China, a big city in China, a few months ago, and there were a lot of people, out in the street and milling around and shopping and doing all that. And they said, oh, these people aren't wearing masks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the person who posted it said, these people don't need to.
No.
Because they've done the hard work.
Yeah.
It's like here in Tasmania, we don't really need to wear masks.
No.
That's because we had a lockdown.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was only 2 days ago.
Yeah.
That we allowed people from Victoria, which is one of the other states in Australia, into the state because they had higher levels of COVID.
Yeah.
They were still getting, COVID things, and it's.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just. I don't know. It's ridiculous. You know?
Yeah.
And because we locked down, after a little while, there were no new cases.
Yeah.
And
we've had a relatively normal kind of
so we've had for the last few months.
Yeah.
Relatively normal.
Everybody tries to do this social distancing and.
Yeah, people are still careful
and still, making sure you do all the, washing
all the right
hands
things.
And there's alcohol in the hands and the whole thing. And it's so far it's working out okay. I don't know what's going to happen when, things start to, when we get international people who.
Well, in Australia there are occasional cases, but almost all of them are for people coming into the country. A number of them are actually from Australians returning to the country.
Yeah.
And those cases, they know where they've been. They know they've been overseas. They got tested when they came in. They found that they had COVID. They were locked down immediately. There's no community transmitted cases.
No.
And that's the big thing. If it's not in the community, then you can watch it. You can see, you can test people as they come in. And the problem Victoria had is that they had a number of corrupt security guards. They got some corrupt security companies, private industry, to do the work of looking after the hotel quarantines. And those people didn't do a good job. And they ended up having sex with people who'd come in and all this sort of stuff. And so people got COVID and it spread around. And yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Anyway, yeah, they're sort of cutting their nose off to spite their face in the US if they keep pushing against, well, I'm not going to wear a mask because freedom. It's just going to go on ad infinitum.
Yeah,
it's never going to
the
stop.
problem is when it becomes really endemic, when it's in the community.
Yeah.
And, so many people in the community have it.
Yeah.
Then you can't, it's really difficult to get rid of.
Yeah.
The only way in America that they're probably going to get rid of COVID is to lock everybody down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really, almost everybody for a fortnight.
Yeah.
And test like buggery, say you can't come out of your lockdown after you've been in for 2 weeks. You can't come out, until you've been tested.
Yeah.
And at that point, you might be able to deal with stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because at that point you can start doing who has it, who have they contacted. You do contact tracing, you do isolation. Isolation and contact tracing are really the only way that you're going to address COVID. And there's a number of nations that have done that. Australia's done that. New Zealand's done that. Yeah. Europe hasn't been very good at it. Sweden has been disgusting at it. The United States has been no good at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just landing in a little space station. And anyway, the only way the U.S. is going to do it, but for them, trying to do that, quarantine isolation thing, in order to even start it, you'd have to put virtually everybody, you just have to stop everything.
Yeah.
For a fortnight.
Yes.
And say, everybody stay at home.
Yeah.
And you test anyone with any kind of symptoms.
Yeah.
And you don't let anybody out until they, except those people who are necessary for things to function.
Yeah.
You do like initially in the lockdown here.
Yeah.
The grocery stores delivered food. And having the grocery stores deliver food instead of people coming into the grocery stores really reduced the transmission.
Yeah. We got things delivered for a while here.
For a little while, until things settled down.
Yeah. Initially we did that just because we really weren't sure how pear-shaped things were going to go in the beginning.
Well, things were there were cases and there were...
Yeah, there were cases and
there
stuff.
was a bit of a disaster with some of the aged care homes in a hospital up north. Most of that was transmissions coming in from cruise ships.
Yeah.
Hallelujah, just what you need.
Yeah, really. Yeah, we get these gigantic warehouses floating in.
On stilts, yes.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. And we had the gigantic warehouses that come in for tourism, and of course Tasmania tourism is a big industry.
Yes.
And it's one that people rely on, but really, if Tasmania, Tasmania has been really hurt in a way, particularly by the policies of the federal government in following the U.S. lead in their anti-Chinese stuff.
Yeah.
Because aside from tourism, the other products that Tasmania produces food.
Yeah.
We produce in our area a lot of fruit, which is lovely.
Yes.
And Tasmania tends to produce a lot of food. It also produces, it's the largest legal opium producer
Yeah.
in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know that it holds a candle on Afghanistan right now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but it's the largest legal producer.
Yes.
And yeah, it also produces wine and whiskey.
Yes.
And we've sometimes
Yes.
joked that
Huh.
when they talk about, like, I think on the license plates, Tasmania is often described as the Apple Isle.
Yes.
And we've suggested it be called the state of intoxication.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because intoxicants seem to be one of our major products.
We were talking about the other day, we were driving home, and there's a lot of, in Tasmania, a lot of buses and rego plates on cars. They have the Tasmanian tiger, which is extinct now because, as usual, humans drove this Tasmanian tiger to extinction.
Yeah.
And,
it was preying on sheep or whatever.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, but they used to massacre eagles and all sorts of things.
They still do.
Yeah, they
people
still do.
Illegally,
yeah,
but people still do.
But anyway, we were
disgusting.
joking that if, we kind of fetishize here the Tasmanian tiger, but if the Tasmanian tiger was still alive, it would be hunted like foxes are hunted here.
Yeah.
If there's even a sighting of a fox, everybody's panicking, and but that's the ridiculousness of our non-vegan society. We're sort of fetishizing animals, but then the next thing, or at the same time, we're killing them for whatever reason, for their skins or fur or whatever. We fetishize elephants, but you see sort of safari hunters killing elephants all the time for trophies, and we fetishize tigers, and you see people killing tigers for trophies. It's sort of, and all sorts of animals, giraffes even. It's the insanity. But yeah, this Tasmanian tiger. So and I was saying to Dee Dee how if dinosaurs were still alive, we'd be killing them or farming them or running them into extinction, wouldn't we, Dee Dee?
Yes,
and yet we're always carrying on about because they're extinct, and then we fetishize them because they're extinct. So yeah, it's weird. We're a weird species, let's face it. And just recently, and I imagine this is probably Israel's involved with this, but there was another assassination of a top a nuclear scientist basically, and Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, I don't know how to pronounce his name properly, and that's about the fifth Iranian nuclear scientist that's been assassinated by the West and Israel, and it seems like Trump is looking for a war with Iran before he goes. He has a big donor, Sheldon Adelson, who is pro-Israel, who has always wanted to have a war on Iran, and I think he's trying to, sort of he's trying to call in that favor on Trump before Trump leaves January 20th. So that could end up becoming something. But Iran's the adult in the room, and they usually don't take the bait, do they, Dee Dee?
No.
They didn't take the bait when he assassinated Qasem Soleimani, and hopefully they won't take the bait with this one either. But it's dreadful, though, to just keep doing things like that. Can you imagine if Iran had, assassinated 5 of their nuclear scientists, or assassinated, say,
anybody,
anybody
at all,
assassinated
really.
A high general like Qasem Soleimani was a very well-respected general who was was
I mean,
fighting ISIS, basically.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if Iran had organized the assassination of Mad Dog
Mattis, yeah,
Mathis.
exactly.
You know, like really.
Yeah, yeah, there'd be all war. It'd be calling on a war.
They'd be calling for war.
Yeah, and yet they just repeatedly do things to Iran. Sinking or sort of destroying parts of Iranian oil tankers or taking them hostage or refusing to. I think it's refusing to allow them, to get through to Venezuela to deliver oil and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Just outrageous things that the U.S. empire does to other countries that it would not tolerate remotely, from anybody else doing that. I mean, can you imagine if say Afghanistan or Iraq were flying drones over the United States and just bombing wedding parties and funeral processions, and when people go to those funeral processions to help those people who have been bombed by drones, then they get bombed. I mean, the double tap thing. I mean, can you imagine, and bombing, just basically bombing the bejesus out of cities? I mean, there'd be a World War III right now. And yet the US is just going around, and this Michelle Flournoy is a bit of a fan of the whole drone thing.
She's a big fan of continual war.
Yeah, she is.
And some of the things that she said.
She's a fan
really
of permanent
it's like,
war. Yeah, she wants like a kind of permanent war situation, and she likes things to be sort of under the radar of the public, basically, which, I mean, the corporate media helps keep things under the radar.
Yeah.
They never really talk about the wars and the casualties and whatever, and they're not even making count of how many people now are being killed by drones. Like, Trump has made it so that there's no records kept of how many civilians, and we know that there's at least probably, I don't know if it's 98% of the casualties from droning is civilians. But anyway, she likes the idea of doing all of that, and also the propaganda through the internet and corporate media. She likes all of that because it the more you keep it from the public, the more you can just continue on making money, continue on invading countries, and that's just fine. And you don't need approval from Congress.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just sad. I wonder who that third. That's not you, Ginny, lurking there, is it? It's terrible. I have a hankering for, I don't know, like a chocolate or a sort of. I might have to make myself a hot chocolate or something. It's bad.
I think Trish is being affected by the.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. It's like
badly
all this
affected
hay
by the
fever.
pollen.
Oh, it's Lorna. Hi, Lorna. How
Hi,
are
Lorna.
you? Lorna says, "Good morning. Who would you classify as the largest, most active terrorist organization in the world? U.S., Israel, Saudi Arabia."
The U.S.
Yeah, I'd say
Definitely.
the U.S. Yeah, but
just by its scale.
Yeah, the scale. Yeah,
the scale of the
but
U.S.
the three of them together. Talk about the tyranny. What is it called? What George Bush used to call it.
The axis of
axis
evil.
of evil. Talk about the axis of evil. That's those three.
Yeah.
Partners in crime. The three of them. Yeah. So anyway, it's amazing, like that Iran's supreme leader, Khomeini. He just manages to keep it together and not react. Thank goodness there's some adults in the room like
Putin.
Yeah, like
Honestly,
Putin and this man and yeah.
But
because
just the scale. Basically, Israel has always been a tool of empire.
Proxy
I mean,
wars.
it was set up as a tool of the British Empire when England set that up. And that was because Egypt, which they had been using as their major tool in the Suez area, was becoming independent.
Right.
And so they decided, oh well, we can use Israel.
Yeah.
And they made deals with the Zionists.
Yeah.
And
yeah, and
I don't know if their intention was to create the situation they did. I don't know if they knew how incredibly bad the Zionists were. But I mean, they were making deals with Hitler, trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Making deals with Hitler to try and have him send Jews to Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And send all the Jews in Europe to Israel. And they created all kinds of stress and strife in Iraq.
Yeah.
Which was, Iraq was actually the largest population of Jewish people.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Baghdad. And they were very often in high positions in government and so on. And pretty well integrated. I mean, until fairly recently, until like the last century and a bit,
yeah,
the Jews got on much better in Islamic countries than in European countries.
Yeah.
The European countries
didn't they
had all kinds of
instigate,
stuff.
Didi, for trouble against Jewish people in Iraq,
In
so
Iraq,
that they would
yes.
go back to Israel?
Yeah, to try the Zionists tried to create problems in Iraq in order to convince people to move to Israel.
Yeah.
Because that's what they wanted. They wanted everybody in Israel.
Yeah,
I
which
remember,
is so bizarre.
Yeah, a friend of mine who is an Irani Jew, and there were plenty of Irani Jews as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was an Irani Jew, and he was telling me that they went to Yemen, which at the time was pretty primitive. The Jewish people were mostly shepherds living a very, very traditional life.
Yeah.
And the Israelis came with a plane and said, "This is the chariot of God. Remember the Torah. Get in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll take you to the promised land."
Right.
Yeah, and people in Yemen got in. They'd never been in a plane, never really seen a plane before, and some of them started fires to make themselves some food in the plane.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
And they really didn't understand. They
Yeah.
were just big cargo planes that they were
wow.
using. And
hey, Didi, tell Lorna about the when you were on the ship and you went to Yemen. This is a really great story.
Tell
what year was this?
Okay, this was 1974 probably.
Yeah, tell a bit about the ship first, and then
the ship. We built a 3-masted Chinese junk.
Let me just check the levels.
It was 120 foot long, and it was built as a research ship. And we were sailing pretty much around the world. And at that point, we had gone through the Mediterranean and were going down. We'd gone through the Suez Canal and were going down the Red Sea. And
excuse me for a second. I wonder why I can't hear that through the. Have I got my thing on? Yeah. Have you got your you've got your microphone on, haven't you?
Why is that stopped on the TV?
Yeah, I don't know. Are you doing stuff? Maybe it's about to cark it.
Oh, that's no good. Let me see if I can work out what the hell's going
Whoops. I don't know if you can still hear us. Maybe there's, I don't know if Lorna can...
on. According to this, it's showing a different picture. I
Right.
don't know.
Let me see if I can refresh this and just
Yeah.
see.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's where you should be.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go back.
And I'll just check the levels.
Okay.
I wonder if...
Okay.
Do you think you could just push my level up a little bit, Didi?
Yeah.
Audio level, just a
Yeah.
little bit,
Yeah.
Didi?
Yeah. Hang on just a second. I'm just going to scan those birds.
It might actually be
Do my
okay.
exploration.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
Anyway, you might like to just a little bit, Didi.
All right. I'm
You
doing
may-
that now.
You may wish to tell
Okay.
that story. Just sort of explain about the ship first, and then what happened in
Okay.
Yemen.
Yeah. So the ship was the RV Heraclitus. We built it as a research ship because we wanted to do research in places where the sound of a motor would interfere with animals and that kind of stuff, the fish and various things.
Yeah.
We've done some work with the World Meteorological Organization and doing weather things, and we'd gone across the North Atlantic and into the Sargasso Sea, and we're taking samples of the water there. The Sargasso Sea is one of those areas which collects rubbish,
Right.
all the rubbish that gets thrown into the ocean
Oh,
that
wow.
floats.
Yeah.
And we would like tow a line out behind the ship, and you'd get globules of tar
Right.
on the line and that kind of stuff. And in certain areas, it forms almost like a little whirlpool with the ocean currents, and you just have this mass of plastic and weird crap. Yeah. Anyway, we went through there doing that research. We went through the Mediterranean, and we're going down the Red Sea. And as we got down near Bab el Mandeb, the entrance into the Gulf of Aden, we stopped in Al Hodeida.
Right.
And at that time,
What year was this again, Didi?
74.
74,
This
yeah.
was 1974.
Yeah.
And there were all these ships. People at that point, the Sultan of Yemen was divided into northern Yemen and southern Yemen.
Yeah.
And southern Yemen was the People's Republic.
Yeah.
And northern Yemen was run by, I don't remember if it was a sultan or an emir or something or other, but he didn't want any kind of interference in the country. He'd made some sort of a deal, I think, with Saudi Arabia
Right.
that they wouldn't do too much with the oil, and Saudi Arabia would give them a certain amount of money.
Right.
But there were a lot of nations that were trying to convince them to get them on side,
Yeah.
and they were bringing in stuff. And there were all these freighters that were bringing in stuff.
Yeah.
And the dock in Al Hodeida at the time only had space really for 3 ships to dock.
Yeah, excuse me.
And it had a very kind of narrow harbor. And the ships wanted to come in and just offload 24 hours a day, because it costs something like $10,000 a day
Right.
to be sitting there waiting to come into port.
Yeah.
And the Yemenis didn't want that.
Yeah.
And so what they were doing at that time was, at night, they would just turn off all the harbor and navigation lights.
Right.
So nobody could figure out the safe way in. and and people would come in, and we docked there, and it doesn't rain much in Hodeida. I mean, really, like, it hardly rains at all.
Yeah.
And one of the things that was coming in was cement, and you just see cement dust, like
Right.
a few inches thick over most of the dock.
Right.
And there were people who were working on the docks who were living on the docks. And what they would do is take these crates of stuff and stack them up as walls.
Yeah.
And get cardboard and put it across the top and make huts to live in.
Yeah.
And you'd look at what the crates were, and it was jam and champagne glasses. And you'd see,
That's
people
fantastic.
using IBM typewriters to hold the cardboard down. Yeah, and the people were just very poor.
That's like FU capitalism, isn't it? It's
FU to
really
capitalism. But all these people, were competing to bring in stuff to
That's
try
fantastic.
and kind of bribe people in the country.
I wish you had photos of that.
And
I think that's
one
hilarious.
of the things I remember seeing, it was a stack of corner bathtubs. Yeah. And walking into Hodeida, I realized how insane that was, because most of the housing was round grass huts. And, it's just like, my God.
Jeez. Who gave them corner bathtubs?
The what?
Who gave them corner?
The U.S.
Oh, Jesus. They probably had a bit of a shortage of water, didn't they? They probably weren't
Yes.
able to even have baths.
Well, I think Hodeida had a certain amount of money and that kind of stuff. But
that's hilarious. I love that story.
Yeah.
Tell
it was crazy.
Tell people about that amazing experience with the
with the dolphins.
With the dolphins. This is a great. This is something.
When we
This is what year was this, Didi?
Again, 1974.
Right.
And
was this around the Gulf, around Yemen?
Around Yemen. Well, yeah. Hodeida's in Yemen.
Yeah.
On the Red Sea.
Yep.
And when you go through Bab el Mandeb, you have Africa on one side and Yemen on the other. And that's one reason Yemen is extremely strategic.
Yeah.
Because the entrance from the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden is actually very narrow. And if you want to come from the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal, through the Red Sea, so you don't have to go all the way around Africa.
Right.
The only way through is through Bab el Mandeb.
Yeah. Right.
And anyway, as we went through and were sailing across the Gulf of Aden towards India, one of the interesting, you see amazing things when you're sailing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know whether you see anything like the same things when you're motoring, but when you're sailing, you see all kinds of things. One of the things we saw were these huge manta rays.
Yeah.
With like 25-foot wingspan.
Yeah.
Leaping out of the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Up into the air. What it was, there must have been a shoal of fish.
Yeah.
And they were coming up underneath. And their mouths are about 5.5, 6 feet wide.
Yeah.
And they would just come up.
I'm glad my mouth isn't that wide.
They would come up underneath them and just fly into the air.
Yeah.
So they were nearly 2/3 of their way out of the water,
Yeah.
and then crashed down and with a huge splash.
Yeah.
And we watched manta rays feeding. Just
Wow.
astounding.
Yeah.
And later on, it was after we had passed the Persian Gulf,
Yeah.
heading over to, we were out of the Gulf of Aden
Yeah.
and heading over towards India. One day we saw this disturbance to the north,
Yeah.
and we got our binoculars and were looking, and it was dolphins leaping up into the air and spinning around and coming down sideways, which is something dolphins do for
Right.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was this huge line of dolphins leaping across the horizon, and they were coming towards us, coming south. And as they got closer, we couldn't see the back end of them.
Right.
There were just more and more and more dolphins, swimming and leaping up in the air and crashing down. And this went on until the dolphins got up even with us and then passed us and went all the way to the other horizon.
Wow.
And, like the horizon for us from the back of the ship was a couple of kilometers.
Wow.
And it was like from horizon to horizon all the way around were leaping dolphins.
Wow.
And there must have been 10,000 dolphins
Wow.
jumping at any time. It was insane.
Wow.
I've never heard of a phenomenon like this before.
Yeah.
Talking to a number of scientists, nobody had ever heard of a phenomenon like this.
No.
And they were all swimming south, and they just kept passing and passing until the tail end of them started coming up, came even with the ship, and disappeared
How
to
amazing.
the south. And about 200 dolphins stayed with the ship for the next couple of days.
Wow.
And they would come swimming up, and they would, play in the wake and that kind
Wow.
of thing. And I have to say, when you're at sea at night, it's the most, the ocean at that time, certainly in most places,
Sorry.
is so clear. Yeah. You can jump into the
Extreme heat damage.
extreme heat damage. I'm about to die. Hang on, I better find my ship and get back in. Let's see. There's the brambles. Where's my ship? There it is.
Temperature.
Yes, I'm about to die.
Oh no, can you get out of there?
Yep. I'm all right when I'm inside my ship.
Oh, that's good.
It's
Okay.
it's insulated from
Sorry,
the
so
external.
go on. So yes, there was. Oh, hi, Holly. Holly's
Hi, Holly.
Holly's here.
G'day.
G'day.
Yes. Anyway,
Yes.
yeah, these
Sad about
dolphins
Biden.
stayed with the ship, and at night.
Didi's just telling a story about when she was sailing on this ship that she helped build, and there was this incredible sort of a thing of dolphins. I don't
Massive
know if you were
dolphins.
listening to
It's
that,
way
but there
beyond
was
a pod,
like thousands and thousands of dolphins following the ship.
Yeah.
Hi,
well,
Holly.
no, they were going on about
going-
their own business.
Going on
But
about
about
their own.
200 of them stayed with the ship for a couple of days.
Yeah.
And in the ocean, like when we were becalmed a couple of times in the Atlantic,
Mm,
we went swimming.
mm.
And when you're swimming in the ocean, the water is so clear, you just see like these shafts of light that come down and go down and
Yeah.
down and down and down. It's just amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
That'd
But
be
at-
amazing.
At night, there are all these little phosphors.
Yeah.
They're little plankton,
Mm,
little plants
mm.
that when they're disturbed, they let off light,
Oh.
little green lights.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like an amazing constellation. And of course,
Wow.
at sea, you also have incredible clarity with the stars at
Yes.
night.
Yes.
So you had this incredible, starscape, and then you had the water kind of blinking green, little thousands of little phosphors and stuff. But when a dolphin would come along,
Mm.
they leave a trail of disturbance. So you just see these green trails,
Oh, yes.
of brightly sparkling lights,
Right.
as the dolphins swoop in
Wow.
and stuff. And so having these dolphins with us was just fabulous.
Wowee.
But these 200 dolphins stayed with us.
Mm.
And one of the things we observed in all of the sailing we did was that dolphins, when they swim with a ship,
Mm.
for the first hour or so, you get what we got to call the big heavy bruisers.
Right.
They're the larger, generally male dolphins,
Yeah.
and they've usually got a bit of scarring and that kind of stuff
Yeah.
from encounters with sharks or whatever.
Yeah.
Dolphins will kill a shark.
Right.
Uh,
How do they manage to do that? I don't want to know the gory
they
details, but
they butt them.
oh,
They
I
work
see.
it as a pod and keep
Oh,
running
I
into
see.
them,
So it takes
and they'll
more than
kill
one
them.
dolphin to do that. I
Well,
see.
dolphins travel in pods.
Yeah,
they're
that's
social.
true. Yeah.
Um, but
Wow.
yeah. Anyway, the bigger dolphins would come in
Yeah.
and be with you in the ship,
Yeah.
and then after about an hour, when they figured it was safe,
Yeah.
they would all go to the outside, and the female dolphins and the babies would all come in
Come
and play
in,
in
yeah.
the wake of
Yeah.
the ship, and the bow wake. And Chinese junks, they have these bolsters that stick out in front,
Right.
and there's these chains that go from the water line up to the bolster,
Right.
to counterbalance the stays that go up to the mast.
Yeah.
And what we would do, because the water is so warm there, is put on flippers and snorkels and stuff,
Yeah.
and tie a rope to the chain,
Yeah.
and just swim holding on
Right.
to the chain or to the rope.
Uh-huh.
And the dolphins would come right up and sometimes rub against you,
Wow.
and come up and you could touch them. And it was just a phenomenal,
How
phenomenal
amazing.
thing.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
It's
Yeah.
it's so amazing how friendly they are to humans, really, because they don't really have any reason
Mostly,
really be.
Mostly.
Mostly.
Some places that's not true.
Right.
And
Sometimes they're not friendly.
well, sometimes they're really cautious and they won't come near a
Oh, I
ship.
see. Yeah.
They don't trust people in those places.
Tell Holly about the when you could see the sharks way down below, but
Oh, that was
you'd be
in,
swimming in the ocean.
that was off Australia.
Oh,
Yeah.
was it off
yeah,
Australia?
yeah.
Okay.
When we came into Australia, we'd sailed from India over to around Sumatra and came down between Sumatra and Malaysia
Right.
and along Indonesia,
Mm.
and then we dropped down to Darwin.
Yeah.
Actually, we dropped down to Northern Territory before we got into Darwin,
Mhm.
and I don't remember why, we were waiting for something for a few days,
Yeah.
and we were off Australia, and you'd go swimming, but you'd stay really close to the ship. We put
Right.
a ladder down,
Yeah.
so that you'd get out really quickly.
Yeah.
Um,
So they
because
would-
down below you could see these sharks, maybe 150 feet down.
Were they great white
Circle.
sharks?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they were great. Well, I don't know if they were great whites, but they were big sharks.
Yeah.
They were like 12 foot.
Oh, okay.
14-foot
Yeah, that's
sharks.
pretty big.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
Wowza.
bigger around than a person,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and it's kind of very scary.
Yes.
Um, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scariest time on the ship was actually off of San Diego, where our rudder broke loose of the worm gear.
It broke
The
loose
rudder broke loose of the worm gear.
of the
And
worm
so
gear.
it was not connected anymore to the wheel.
Right.
And so it was just swinging back and forth.
Oh, Holly said, did they leave you alone, the sharks? I don't think they would if they...
They left us mostly alone. Yeah, they were... I wouldn't have wanted to chance it.
No.
I don't think I ever went more than 3 or 4 feet from the ladder. Because the sharks would sometimes come up, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just come straight up.
Yeah, and they do it
Yeah.
really quickly too. I've
They're
seen a
fast.
video of some
Yeah.
person who was having on a surfboard, and I don't know how he managed to avoid getting his foot bitten off, but
Yeah.
it just kind of showed how quickly a really big great white could come up
Yeah.
and then take off. It was sort of like you wouldn't have any chance to, get
Do
away or do anything.
Yeah.
It was so quick.
Yeah.
They just come straight up. Yeah, but anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, so you made sure that you were close to the
Well,
ladder
yeah,
and
mostly
got the hell out.
People mostly didn't go swimming there.
Yeah, no, that would be too scary because they
Yeah.
can move so quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
They can move really fast.
yeah.
And,
I remember seeing there was, you know how you see those different videos people show. There was a video of some guy he was on I don't know if he was in a little kayak, and this is an
Yeah.
aerial shot, and you could see this huge shark kind of
Yeah.
just following this kayak. It was bigger than the kayak,
Yeah.
and it just kept following him, and he got away obviously, but
Yeah.
like, oh my God,
Yeah.
I'd be freaking out.
Yes.
Because I mean, if that shark just wanted to tip the kayak over,
it probably could.
it could, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, talking about things that are as big as you, we had whales come up sometimes near the ship.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
they're nearly as big as the ship. And it's
Oh,
just
wow.
like, whoa. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
um,
yeah,
Yeah.
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 Oh, we were just,
was an
Dee
amazing
was just
thing.
describing the manta rays that she saw when it was
Yeah,
was
in the
around
Gulf
that
of Aden.
Yemen,
It was south of Yemen.
south of Yemen, and this
Yeah.
huge manta ray coming out of the ocean with its
Just
huge
coming
mouth.
straight up,
Mm,
you know, with its 25-foot wingspan,
yeah,
you know, and coming nearly out of the water and then crashing back down.
yeah.
It was coming up underneath a school of fish. You know.
If I'm ever feeling anxious, I ask Dee Dee to tell me the story about the dolphins and the
Yeah.
manta ray.
Yeah.
It makes me feel very relaxed.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway,
The ship was really an exciting time. I loved sailing.
yeah,
Yeah, and it was also an exciting time. In that's where I got arrested in the Dutch Antilles.
yes,
Yeah, the whole ship got arrested.
yeah,
We were in Aruba, and Aruba is the oil refinery for Royal Dutch Shell.
yeah,
The Dutch Antilles are Royal Dutch Shell,
yeah.
and they refine a lot of the Venezuelan oil, or did
Oh,
at
yeah.
that time.
Yeah.
And what we were looking at, because we had labs on the ship and stuff like that,
Mm.
is the fact that on one side of the island things were pretty healthy and lively, and on the other side of the island everything was dying,
Right.
and that's because it was downwind of the refineries.
Oh no.
And
Jesus God in
we were
heaven.
basically doing some research about that,
Oh,
and
right.
that's when the ship got arrested.
Oh, I
and
see.
We were very fortunate. We all
Charming.
got thrown in jail. They were literally lousy cells.
Right.
Got given a bowl of kind of rice mash gruel
Oh, yeah.
once a day.
Oh,
and,
no. Once a day.
Once a day, yeah. There were
How,
really
how long were you there, Dee Dee?
about a week, but we were told that they could keep us for 6 months without charge.
Oh, wow.
And this was them skiting about how they could do whatever they wanted with us.
Charming.
But fortunately, there were a number of
Holly
people
says, where was this? The Dutch Antilles?
in Aruba, the Dutch
Aruba.
Antilles.
This was in what year was that? 1970?
This would have been 73.
73, yeah.
Yeah. And, yeah, we were fortunate that a number of people in the academic community and the Postmaster General and a few other people had met us and knew what we were doing.
Yeah,
and so they interceded with government. And after about 7-8 days, we were released.
Yeah.
Although we were told we had to leave immediately and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But we were charged with manufacturing opium, running guns,
Oh my God.
and fomenting revolution with the local native population.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Fomenting revolution.
Yes. Well, we did
Jeez
have a number
Louise.
of the indigenous Carib people
Yeah.
onto the ship.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because we were always interested in
These
social
oil
stuff.
companies are disgusting, aren't they?
Yeah.
That whole
Yeah.
Chevron thing in, where was it? Ecuador or somewhere. The
Yeah.
Empire Files did something on it. They're
Bolivia.
persecuting that lawyer for that. They have to have some benefit.
Is that Bolivia or Ecuador?
It's Chevron, and it's a Latin American country.
Yeah.
I'll have to look it up. I forget. Anyway, but they're persecuting the lawyer,
Yeah.
Dobrik or something.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yes,
dreadful.
Holly, that was pretty scary.
Yeah.
The I was pretty stoic with it, but the woman who was in the next cell was really freaking out.
Was she?
She was a really sweet young woman from
Did you
Switzerland.
manage to
I
make her
tried to
feel
calm
better?
her down and stuff like that, but I mean, really, we didn't know what was going to happen.
No, no, really. That's a really cruel thing to sort of
Yeah.
say to basically give people no idea of how when you're going to be released or
Yeah.
if you're going to, all
Well,
of
I
that.
mean, yes, they were sort of, we can
Disgusting.
keep you here for 6 months and then we can keep you here for, like,
Yeah, really.
yeah,
God,
you can do what we
that's
want
and to think they're only giving you like one plate of gruel a day.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, it was really disgusting. And like I said, it was literally a lousy cell. It had lice, like,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It was,
Oh, that's lovely.
yeah. It was bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. How have you been, Holly?
Yeah.
Lorna was here before, but she seems to have vanished.
Yeah.
There's 5 people watching. 2 of them are us, so 3 people, or at least 2 people are lurking. So
3
feel
people
free
are
to come
lurking.
in and say hi.
Yeah. I'm gonna,
And anyway, we were talking about the assassination of that nuclear scientist, Iranian nuclear scientist, and how unfortunate that is. And then before that, we were talking about the awful, the Purdue Sackler family. Iran, yeah. Yeah. Didi walked across Iran, didn't you? Yeah, which is pretty amazing. That was when was that, in the 70s too?
that was in 72.
So that was before all the... Mm,
Oh, it was well before the revolution. I was there just before the revolution.
yeah.
There was already. Oh, I turned my.
When did
speaker
you
off.
turn your mic off? When you left?
Just when I went over.
Oh,
there.
okay.
Yes, I was in Iran just before the revolution, and I was also there in 71.
Yeah.
And in 71, you could see, the Shah was there, the Savik, the secret police, were everywhere. It was pretty awful, and it looked like Iran was the corporates were moving in, and it was going to become kind of the Paris of the Middle East,
Right.
And a big corporate headquarters and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of people in Iran just really, really didn't like all of that.
Yeah.
They felt like, this was not working for any of them.
Yeah.
Um,
I wonder what the world would have been. I just think, what would the world be like if it hadn't been meddled with so much by the U.S. and Western? It'd be. It would have been lovely to have known what it would have been like.
Yeah.
Had there not been all that meddling and stuff.
Europe, and then the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, Europe basically destroyed its empires in World War One and Two.
Yeah.
But and then the U.S. moved in.
Yeah.
But like people talk about China, and yes, it probably was Mossad. I'm thinking.
Yeah, for sure.
Holly
They
was
can't
saying,
help themselves.
well, yes, I mean it might have been the CIA. Who knows where one starts and the other stops?
Exactly. Yeah,
I mean, they
it's all
certainly
working
have their
together.
own interests.
Yeah.
I mean, Israel, I think, definitely has its own interests separate from the United States.
Yeah.
But Israel is really, from the U.S. standpoint, a tool of the U.S.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about the way it was a tool of England when England was losing Egypt under the Ottoman Empire. Basically, England had a deal where it got to effectively run Egypt, and so it controlled the Suez Canal and a lot of it kind of had that inroad into the Middle East and Africa. Egypt is a really crucial place, but they were going to lose after the World War. They were going to lose World War One. They were going to lose Egypt.
Yeah.
And so they were trying to negotiate to have, Palestine become their new, base. And this is the Mandate of Palestine. I mean, that whole mandate system is disgusting. Yeah, it was intentionally, basically the idea of the mandates was that these colonial powers, France and England mainly, would run the mandates until the countries were able to run themselves. But they drew the lines around the mandates in a way that made sure that there was going to be a good deal of ethnic strife. That's why Iraq includes Sunni, Shia, and Kurd.
Yeah.
That's why they had the Israelis in with the Palestinians, so that there could be strife, so that they would have an excuse to keep running the countries.
Yeah.
Syria had its own issues and so on.
Yeah.
But just disgusting.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, the Balfour Agreement.
What's that?
The Balfour
Oh, hi,
Agreement.
Kim is here.
Is she?
Yeah.
There. Hi, Kim.
Yeah, I was just actually wondering. The other day, I was in this. I was watching this live stream. Sorry, this is a departure from what you're talking about, Dee Dee.
Oh, that's all right.
It was the Russian Foreign Ministry sort of press thing with Zakharova, I think her name is, and And the comments in that live stream were pretty disgusting, very sexist and everything, misogynist and stuff. And I was just wondering if anybody's noticed, has there been an escalation of that kind of thing in the last couple of years? Like, I've never noticed so much trolling that seems to go on in live streams now like that. That there has been in the last couple of years. Just ridiculous amounts of trolling.
I think there's a huge amount of trolling.
I know, but it seems like it's escalated really badly in the last couple of years, and
You think so?
yeah, it's like ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, there's more trolling goes on.
It's been ridiculous for a long time.
No, like where there's like 80% sort of comments are ridiculous trolling. They're either, you know, sort of really sexist comments,
Well,
if it's a
certainly-
female presenter sort of thing.
Certainly for the last several years, it's been like that in newspapers where they've had
Oh
comments
yes.
online.
Oh well, the newspapers, absolutely. God,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
think,
even bother.
I think those people have just moved over.
Oh, you
God.
think?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know if you've noticed, Holly and Kim, the like I gave up even commenting on those, the comment sections of any newspapers online because
Oh yeah.
the amount of trolls, and they'd always
It's insane.
float to the top like you know what. The
Yeah.
comments would be right at the top, and they'd have like 100 or 150 people liking it, and it was just disgusting stuff, particularly if it was about women. And
well, about women, about gay people,
yeah,
about
yeah,
trans
just
people.
awful. And it was
and
so
that's some
awful.
of the things that we've been involved in.
Yeah, it was
in
so
the last
awful.
few
I
years.
couldn't look at it anymore. I don't even bother
Yeah.
going to the comment section. It's just such a cesspool of disgusting stuff. Excuse me. And I suppose that's just transferred to live streams.
Yeah.
They're almost
They've just all gone
unwatchable.
online.
Yeah, I can't
Well,
even.
A lot of those comments, I mean, they were online in the newspapers.
Mm,
Well, it doesn't take much to go from online in the
Yeah.
newspapers to
Yeah.
go online elsewhere,
Yeah.
on YouTube or else somewhere else.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed how the RT.com, the online sort of editorial things have sort of devolved into basically sexist, misogynist, homophobic, transphobic,
Disgusting.
sort of like racist, like really anti-BLM and all of that. It's just kind of, they've made some sort of editorial decision in RT to just go, it's gone pear-shaped, except for the occasional decent anti-imperialist thing. And of course, they have the television, YouTube channels, they have like On Contact with Chris Hedges and things like
Yeah.
that. That's good, but their actual editorial things on RT.com is just sickening. I can't even go there just to have a look at the anti-imperialist stuff anymore because it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
By the way, are our audio levels okay? Are they fairly
I hope
even
so, yeah.
and stuff? If you could just let us know if they're fairly even, like the same volume, Dee Dee and me. Anyway, so so RT's gone sort of pear-shaped and completely with its editorial stuff, and I don't know what's happened there, but I don't know if they're grifting to the right or whatever, but
I think so.
yeah. And yes, anyway, there seems to be this sort of thing that the right tend to throw money at people, and so you get commentators, individuals and whatever who will start grifting to the right, taking on right-wing talking points and running with them and stuff, and that's sort of sad. We were talking about Chris Hedges. I won't go through it again, but his recent article, he pointed out that the New York Times had an advertisement for a person to be in the Moscow sort of office of the New York Times. And it is like, he said, it's like something out of The Onion. Basically, it's just sprouting a whole lot of propaganda and almost cartoonish sort of stuff about Russia, and then says, and if you want to work in that situation, let us know, because
Russia's full of spies running around with Novichok killing people, and
oh, it's really, let me see if I can find. You can have we'll just look for Chris Hedges' latest article, which is on Robert's, I think it's robertshears.com, and it has that in there. But it's just amazing. I can't believe it. And he must be so disappointed. Like, I mean, it was bad enough he had to leave the New York Times in 2003 when he was speaking out against the Iraq War, and he basically resigned because they wouldn't tolerate that. But I mean, it's just a joke. And yet occasionally they have a good article. They'll have a good article about it.
Except they've got paywalls up.
Yeah, they have paywalls, and I can't bring myself to.
Well, I'm not going to
pay for it.
Well, they want you to subscribe.
Subscribe. Well, I can give them my email address, but I'm not going to pay them any money for that rubbish. And they did have a good article about the dreadful things that are going on with the Sackler family and Purdue, and kind of paying CVS and some other outlet to every person that dies of an OxyContin overdose, they give them some money or something. Anyway, just crazy stuff. I don't know. Things are really going downhill. Yeah. I mean, it's like a tailspin into a spiritual death, the way things are going.
Yeah.
Just nuts. And you probably saw the eviction video that I did yesterday while I was waiting for my operation that never happened. That's pretty disgusting too, evicting somebody. Like 6 or 7 police there evicting one woman, from a state housing thing.
How many did you
at
say?
3 a.m. in the morning on Thanksgiving in a pandemic.
Insane numbers of police.
Yeah, insane numbers.
There were like 30 or 40, weren't there?
Oh, there's a lot. Yeah, there was 6 at the door. I mean, but it's like they're arresting a drug cartel or something.
And all it is there were vacant houses that have been empty for years.
I mean,
and some homeless people moved in. A homeless woman moved in. And the thing is, like, that happened in Amsterdam. I actually lived in one of those houses. But where they were building a subway, and a whole lot of houses in the Newmarket district were condemned and taken over by the city. And then they couldn't afford the subway, so they were sitting there for years.
Right.
And there was a major housing crisis in Amsterdam particularly, but Holland, I think, generally. And what was I going to say? There was a group called the Kabuturs, or the Dwarves, who actually got onto the city council, and they one of their platforms was to allow people to move into these houses, and if people could break into these houses or crack these houses, they were called cracked houses.
Houses.
Cracked houses. This was before they had crack cocaine.
Yeah.
They were called cracked houses.
Oh, yeah.
And basically, people would move in and or break in and fix it up inside.
Yeah.
And put glass in the windows and stuff like that. And then at the last thing, they would take the boards off the windows, and then the city would come and inspect. And if it looked like it was good and together, then they would let them stay there and they would connect the power and the water. And if it wasn't, if, for instance, there were heroin addicts or something like that who had moved in, then they wouldn't. And the special police would come and raid regularly. I actually lived in one of those places for a little while. Our floor in that house was a good floor, but the floor above and the floor below were heroin addicts. And so we'd have visits from the special police at 3 in the morning. And they'd come in and they'd knock and say, "Oh, how are you? The other people aren't bothering you, are they?" And stuff like that. But because it wasn't a good house, they didn't connect the water and the power. So we were using, kerosene lamps and had to go into Newmarket Square and get water and bring it in jerry cans back to the house. Yeah, it's squatting. As Holly says, it's squatting. Yeah, it was squatting, except in this case, the Amsterdam city government was allowing that if the people looked like they were looking after the house and fixing it up. And it was just unfortunate that we were in the house where only our floor was okay. So they weren't going to turn on the power and water. But the video that Trish did, it was the state.
Yeah.
I mean, we lived in my partner at the time and I lived in a main roads house in WA. Excuse me. Yeah. Now, main roads, basically, like they did in those California houses, bought up the houses because they were planning on eventually putting in some sort of road extension and didn't have the money to do it then, but they wanted to buy up the houses so that they wouldn't have problems later. But they would rent it out to people, and basically it was one of the best rentals you could get because it was secure until the main roads was actually going to build a road through it. You could just keep living there. The landlords were never going to sell it. They were never going to decide to move in. They were never going to do anything like that. They really didn't care what you did too much with it. We were able to do things like reroute all the grey water to the gardens, and we could carpet it and do things like that. And so it was really an ideal situation. And that seems to be an intelligent thing to do. If you've got houses that are going vacant, why not rent them out at a reasonable rate? And then it's secure accommodation for people. Well, I don't know. I have no idea. But these houses in LA, they were apparently vacant for years. They were owned by the state. They were owned by the roads department or whatever for some road extension that they were going to do sometime in the future. Yeah. And it's just disgusting. Yeah, Holly says sometimes they win, sometimes they don't, even if it's up to code. Yeah, in New York. Yeah, it's sad. So much of this code stuff is nonsense anyway. Yeah, I have to say. We're building a house and we're having to deal with code stuff all the time. and a council that is problematic in all kinds of ways and has added thousands of dollars in the cost of building the house for nothing, and has asked us to do things that are just ugly and awful. They make it very difficult to do any kind of alternative housing. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I understand, Dee Dee. Holly says.
Has Holly ever lived in Los Angeles?
Have you ever lived in L.A., Holly? Trish is asking. Trish is in the other room cooking something. I'm not sure what she's cooking. I think she's gotten hungry.
Sorry, it might take a moment.
Yeah. Something quick. A stir fry.
Just some quick toasted.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. What am I doing here? Just...
Yeah,
why am I here? Where am I?
all those police, if
Oh.
there was any justice, they should all be sacked.
Yes. Yes, they would.
They should all be sacked.
Yeah, I mean, to evict people on Thanksgiving evening during a pandemic when there is a national non-eviction note thing is just crazy. Yeah. Okay, I've got a little puzzle here.
Sorry, I just got this hankering for a... Tell
Trish's.
about the time during the, when you were helping draft coaches.
Trish just said, tell stories about when I was working with the draft resistance. This was in the 60s. I worked in the Palo Alto draft resistance. This is when I was living in the United States. And one of the things that I did was help deserters get into Canada. I did draft counseling on the phone and would tell people their options and so on. Ways to potentially avoid the draft, ways what it would mean to resist the draft. We tried to kind of encourage people to do draft resistance. And draft avoidance was basically if you could get some sort of deferment. We knew all about the 4F and all of the various deferments for homosexuality and if you're studying or if you're whatever. And that was to get deferments. The other thing, and then they made that more and more difficult. But we encouraged people to resist the draft, which meant to either say that you wouldn't go, or before they actually drafted you, to refuse to register, to be a declared non-registrant, and say that you would not register for the draft because you thought it was evil and corrupt. This was during the Vietnam War. And the problem with that is that is a federal crime, and you would get sent to federal prison for 4 years. And the idea was to try, because there aren't that many federal courts, and it had to be heard in federal court, to back it up to the point where they couldn't deal with it. And I had friends who went to jail, to Lompoc, and that was pretty awful. I mean, people who are guilty of federal crimes are often, murderers and very bad people. Anyway, the other thing that we did, or I did, was help deserters, people who had come from Fort Ord or one of the other military bases, get to Canada, and I would help them. I'd go with them up to Oregon, where quite often they could get and there was a bit of a chain, an underground railroad, to get people through to Canada. Occasionally I would go all the way up to Canada, and you just sneak across the border and things like that. I don't think I can get in trouble now. I'm not an American citizen anymore, so. Oh yeah. At the Draft Resistance, one of the things, I had a friend who was in the Resistance there, and she used to pick up the phone every so often, on the premise that they were listening. They had the phones tapped and were listening in. And she'd just start talking about the war and how evil and corrupt it was, and why are you doing these things, and so on. And at one point, the Resistance Center in Palo Alto couldn't afford its phone bill, and so she picked up the phone. She'd done this on a regular basis when, like the talking to the listener. And in this case, she picked up the phone and said, "Look, we can't afford the phone bill, and they're going to cut the phone off, and you won't be able to listen anymore. And if you want to listen, you're going to have to pay the bill." And the bill got paid. And that was fantastic. I mean, it was like, oh yeah. Oh, who knows who it was? Yeah, it could have been the NSA.
You'll have to excuse me. I'm eating, so I turned my microphone off, and I hope that you can't hear me eating. And so I'm just going to turn it off again. So if my voice sounds distant,
she gave me a bowl of food too, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do with
it. You might have to turn your mic off, and I'll talk for a while.
Okay.
Or I'll just finish this off. And
then we'll take turns.
Yeah.
Yes. That was funny. I mean, there was a lot of funny things from that period. I mean, I remember, houses which were like a little bit, at the edge of the bay, and the down a back road. And the people there seeing a telephone van parking on the road near the house when there were no phone lines there. And it would be there all day and so on. And after a bit, people took them out cups of tea and said, if you're going to be listening, you may as well have a cup of tea, And a bit of confrontation, like, we know you're there. You're not fooling anybody.
So I finished eating now. I hope that people couldn't hear me eating.
People, I think I see a lot of misapprehension about how really violent that period was. Like during the occupation of Berkeley and so on, during Ronald Reagan was governor, and he brought in the National Guard as well as sheriffs from a number of other counties to Berkeley, and they all had shotguns that were loaded with heavy-duty shot.
Did they expect, that he was going to clamp down like that on things when he got into office?
Yeah.
They did.
A conservative shithead. I mean, he was famous for his comment about the redwood trees. People were worried about logging in the redwood forests, and his comment was, "You've seen one redwood tree, you've seen them all."
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a conservative
Yeah.
shithead then.
Isn't that awful?
Yeah.
How do people end up like that? Like, how do
I
they
don't know.
end up with such disregard for nature like that? You know? It's beyond me. I don't know, like, you're...
You'll have to talk
Did
for a minute. I'm going to eat.
Okay, you've got your thing turned off?
I will have.
So we don't have to listen to us crunching away. Yeah, I don't know how people turn out like that, where they just are so disconnected from nature and they just don't care. You know, what kind of upbringing do you have to be like that, or is it just because of the situation of having power for so long, you just kind of, and the draw of money, you know, from corporations who want you to have disregard for nature, you know, that sort of just overrides everything. Anyway, you can't talk because you've got your mouth full, so I'll just keep talking. Anyway, that's really sad.
Yeah, I think
he was kind of the beginning of the real rot, wasn't he? He and Thatcher.
Oh, yeah. Basically, that was it. They were involved in the deregulation of the economy.
Yeah.
Up to that point, there were national economies.
Yeah.
And at that point, nations could have some control. You could actually have things like industry policy.
Yeah.
Or economic policy. But once you deregulated and let transnational corporations do whatever they want, then basically all nations are held hostage to international investment.
Yeah.
And, you know, like in Australia, one of the arguments continually against any kind of social protection or any kind of environmental protection is that it would make us uncompetitive.
Yeah.
Meaning that, you know, the corporations would just relocate to some third world country where they could exploit people and the environment.
Yeah.
And so it became a race to the bottom internationally.
Yeah.
And in a sense, that's true. Yeah, that corporations really can simply, I mean, we talk about BDS, the boycott, divestment, and sanction.
Yeah.
But corporations do divestment all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, they and boycott. They just, you know, like the thing with Venezuela.
Yeah.
When they were having shortages of things like toilet paper, there weren't shortages. You know, the government actually went into the warehouses of these corporations, and there was plenty of toilet paper.
Yeah, sure.
They were just not selling it so
Yeah.
that it wouldn't be put on the shelves.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they artificially create shortages.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was to put pressure on the governments.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, corporations cooperate in a way that goes beyond, goes beyond even what nations do.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
You know, and then you add things like the U.S. sanctions and so on. But corporations will do that kind of stuff on their own bat.
Yeah.
You know, to try and force nations to do things. I mean, Reynolds has been, you know, kind of very bad. Reynolds is considered in Australia a very bad corporate citizen.
Yeah.
Australia is one of the major bauxite producing nations.
Yeah.
We're great at, you know, dig it up, you know, cut it down, kill it. You know, that's sort of our resource production thing.
Yeah.
But when nations got together and created OPEC to try and get a reasonable return for the oil, the bauxite producing, the aluminium producing nations tried to do that as well. There was a group called the International Bauxite Association.
Yeah.
And a lot of Alcoa and Alcan and those companies, Kaiser, were using the Mediterranean countries, the Caribbean countries.
Yeah.
And they would just, rip out the bauxite and sell it to themselves at such low prices that they paid virtually no tax.
Right.
So there was no return to the countries, the basically neo-colony countries who were having their resources stripped from them.
Yeah.
And these countries were getting together and said, we want a reasonable return for the value of aluminium.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't claim that the bauxite is worth nothing, but aluminium is really expensive. And Australia was a member of the IBA initially, but then it turned around and undercut everything the Caribbean nations were planning on doing.
Right.
And we totally destroyed any hope they had of getting a reasonable price for their bauxite because we were willing to sell it for next to nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it destroyed the Jarrah forests in WA.
Yeah.
It's ended up forests in the southwest in WA get chopped down for charcoal for the aluminium smelters.
Yeah.
And this is, trees that are hundreds of years old, huge trees and so on. They just get, chopped up and turned into charcoal and sold for, like less than $1, a ton. It's just disgusting.
Yeah.
In
Happy
mechanized
thoughts.
plants and so on.
Happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts. Georgetown in Tasmania is one of those places too.
Yeah.
Bell Bay, and Queensland, of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Power absolutely corrupts.
Yeah.
Holly said, TINA. What's TINA?
I don't know.
Explain. TINA. Okay. Anyway. What am I doing? I'm being very boring with the live stream. I'm sitting here looking at a box. Oh, I'm not playing. Here, I better get out of here. Where am I? I'm in a room. Let's get out of here. How do I get out of here? Can I get through there? Yeah. Okay. Out. Go out somewhere pretty and interesting. You talk for a while, Trish.
Yeah. Well, there's no alternative. Margaret Thatcher, yeah. How have you been, Kim? Just... I'm amazed at how many sort of scenes there are in this, in this game. Like, it's sort of constantly changing. And I think, how do they, they must have a way of kind of replicating different scenes without physically having to draw it, right?
Yeah. Well, they physically draw it, I think, and then they...
Physically draw it?
Yeah. But it's... And then it's procedurally generated. Yeah, I think they've got all kinds of shapes of rocks. It's really a labor of love, you know.
Yeah.
People have spent years probably creating this.
Yeah.
And a lot of the bits were released for free. And it's huge. I mean, it's like galaxies full of planets.
Really? Yeah. Kim, I was wondering, what part are you in the U.S.? I can't remember if you're in the U.S. or what part of the U.S. are you in. You're obviously not in our time zone. If you're enjoying the snow.
Canada?
Sometimes we suggest to people who live in the US, if you can get out of there and move somewhere else, you know. You should really try. Like there's a channel on YouTube. It's called I think it's just called Lisa. Oh, what's her name? Lisa Lansing, and she used to live in the United States, and now she lives. She sort of travels around, but she hasn't been able to travel because of COVID. So they live in her partner and her live in this little tiny house in Poland, and they post every Friday on their channel. It's quite good. They're both vegan, and they're a really nice couple. And I sort of said to her in the comment section, because she was saying how much she misses her friends in the US, and I said, don't move back to the US, Lisa. If you can live anywhere else, like her partner is Polish, but it doesn't mean that they necessarily want to live in Poland. But I just said, don't move back there, because honestly it's just sort of a, it's a SHIT show, and it's it's probably eventually going to end up fascist. And I mean, if you have a choice of not living there, I think it's best not to. Really, don't you think, Didi?
Well, I do. I mean, I left.
Didi
basically
left.
After Ronald Reagan got elected president, I said, there's no hope for this place.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of state I'd be in if I was living there, because, I don't think it would be good. I'd probably be in debt and really depressed or worse. And Kim says, yes, Holly, I love snow. Shoveling is quite the workout, and it comes with no gym fees.
Yeah.
Quebec. Oh, okay. Quebec, Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad you don't live in the US, Kim. I know that Canada has its own neoliberal nightmare, but still, it's not as far gone as the US.
Well, like
yet.
Australia has its own problems.
Yeah, we have our own problems here.
We have an evangelical lunatic as a prime minister, and
we have a rapture-believing prime minister, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who thinks everything's amusing and thinks we need to adapt to the climate emergency.
Yes.
While Australia goes up in flames. Yes, let's adapt.
Let's all live in concrete bunkers.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that councils are kind of pushing through
concrete
building
bunkers.
Codes and so on.
What, living in concrete bunkers?
Yes, well, I mean, more and more they want you to have
concrete
fireproof houses,
Right, yeah.
Well, how do you have a fireproof house?
Yeah, really, I mean, I suppose it can withstand certain amount of temperature, but it can't, like a raging... Can it? Because if concrete cracks, I mean, you can't just fill it in, can you? You have to...
No, well, it depends how thick you make it, I mean...
Yeah.
It's obviously more than, like, hardy board or something like that.
Yeah.
No, if you used, concrete and made it fairly thick. There are products
Did they ever go out of business, Hardy Board, for that asbestos?
The asbestos thing? No.
They didn't go out of business, did they?
No,
See, that's another example here in Australia of this asbestos making company making, boards out of asbestos. and lots of people who worked with it, worked in the factories and all of that, ended up with that.
And a lot of public housing, particularly in the bush, was made with hardyboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not so much in cities, but in the bush. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's so many people died of that. What is it called? Yeah, something like that. And you know, they just waited them out until most of them died off. It's just disgusting. Yep. Anyway. I find this funny. On a planet they have cacti. That's funny, don't you think? You think they could kind of come up with a different plant. And more happy thoughts we were talking about. We don't always talk about things like this gloom and doom stuff. We have quite a black sense of humor, don't we, Dee Dee? And we laugh about a lot of stuff. But we were talking about I thought that the way everything was going to end, as in, you know, like in billions of years' time, when, I mean, we won't be around, obviously. We'll be probably end this century. But in billions of years' time, when the sun expands, and I thought it was going to, you know, expand and then contract.
You're not going to do this conversation.
Yeah. Expand and contract and become a dwarf star. So it would just be a cold little star. And then that would mean the Earth would become this cold little rock, right? But Dee Dee said that the sun is going to expand and burn out the Earth and probably subsume it and then contract and then become a dwarf star, but it'll probably take out 3 planets with it, with its expansion and contraction.
Yeah.
And did you say that it would eventually explode itself and then there'd be nothing left, not even the sun? Is that what you were saying?
I didn't say that, no.
Okay, well, so anyway, the sun would just be a little dwarf star, and then there would be no Earth or anything because it would be sort of basically subsumed. Oh my, they taught you that in 5th grade. What a bunch of sadists. At least give you some time to think everything's happy. Anyway, Kim is saying they taught them, yes, the sun expanding. The sun was a scary thought in 5th grade when they taught us that. And so I actually didn't think that it would kind of basically burn up the Earth. I thought that it would just expand, contract, and become a little dwarf star, and then the Earth would just become like a little cold planet. But apparently that's not so. Dee Dee crushed my illusions of a cold little planet. So then that means that our little ashes will be flying around, either get subsumed into the sun, or
get spread out over the galaxy.
Get spread out over the galaxy. Yeah. So there's this. I read this poem once. Who was it by? Oh, but it was sort of talking about how he was grieving how the Earth would just become a little rock, you know, in like this is happy talk, isn't it?
Yes.
But he was because he was grieving of the future of the planet he wouldn't actually get to see, which would be that the Earth would just be a little rock, you know, sort of that's all kind of frozen. But then, see, he obviously didn't know. He didn't know your theory, Dee Dee.
No.
Which would kind of have ruined his poem. Who was that? I'm trying to think of that poet. Anyway, Swifty's having dreams. Swifty's having some either good dreams or bad dreams. Who else gets hay fever there and gets their eyes get affected? I feel like somebody's tipped a couple of teaspoonfuls of sand in my eyes. and watery sandy eyes.
Okay, I'm going to be not talking.
Are you? Oh, okay then. Have you turned your thing off? Oh yeah. Are you in the spaceship again so you don't die? Okay. Are we going to be hurtling towards a planet soon? Kim says no hay fever for me, but then again none is harvested around here. Yeah. Honestly, I really hope the next time they arrange for me to have this, operation on my arm, my hand, that it goes through, because, excuse me, I don't think I can take turning up to this place every so often to just sit there all day and be not drinking. I can't handle the not drinking water for hours and hours and hours. So I'm really hoping the next time they do it, because I don't know. I'll be really worried if they don't get to do it next time, Dee Dee. I'll just think, God, is it ever going to happen? And how many times do I have to go in? And I've still got a headache from not drinking all yesterday. It's sort of not good. I mean, it's not great to spend hours not drinking at all. Like, I usually drink a lot of tea during the day. And then to go for like 5 or 6 hours of not drinking anything at all, it's just like, Christ. Particularly in summer. Even though the hospital itself is fairly cool and stuff, but still. And you just sort of, we have to drive into town. It's an hour in and an hour, over an hour in and an hour out, and all that kind of stuff. It's a pain in the neck. So anyway, hopefully I'll get that done before Christmas. Sorry, I'm just being a whinge packet now. I'm just having a whinge while you're away. Whinging about my hand.
Well, you have reason to whinge about your hand. What were you saying about it?
I was just saying how I hope that the next time that I'm called in that they don't send me home again, because that's going to be nuts, because I'm going to start to worry that it's just going to keep happening.
Yeah. Well, at least
twice is enough.
When Trish first broke her arm and they had to put this thing in, they kept calling her in day after day.
Yeah, for a week. Every day I had to do a nil by mouth. And eventually I think I was really dehydrated by the time they got to it. But this was because it was an emergency thing and they were trying to slot me in. So for like a whole week, every day we'd go in there and there was or they'd say I was to go in. So I'd do the nil by mouth thing, and it would go on and on and on, the nil by mouth too, wouldn't it? Like, it just wasn't 5 hours. It would go on for 8 or more hours, and by the time I had my operation, I was really dehydrated. It was bad.
Yeah, and it was very bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a headache, Kim, from just not drinking any water. And I mean, I'm fine with not eating for a while, that's fine, but the water thing, I find that very difficult, not drinking anything. And then sitting in that chair for hours and hours waiting. And I entertain myself and everything, but it's like, I just want it to get it over with.
Yeah.
Because it just sort of, I'm just worrying now that they're going to do it to me again. And, it starts to get ridiculous. I mean, they're all really nice there, and they say, oh, look, we're very, very sorry, and they're very nice about it, but still, it's just sort of like, holy crap. Just get it over with, for F's sake,
Yeah.
Yeah. I might have to go to bed soon. I'm sort of feeling bedraggled. Maybe I don't know, another 15, 20 minutes maybe.
Okay.
God, I'm a slacko, aren't I?
Yes.
What happened to our 5-hour sessions?
What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Oh.
How long has it been now? 2 hours. Oh, that's very sad. 2 hours. That's nothing. So has anybody got any interesting stories to tell or thoughts to share or anything like that? Somebody told me I was boring in the comment section today. They said they have to put me on number
Fast
2,
forward.
fast forward number 2, which is really fast. To get through it, and when I'm interesting, they put me on 1.5.
Yes, what a wonderful thing.
Thank you for that vote of support.
What is that?
I think they were a little unhappy with my response to them in the comment section, and decided to have a go at me. That's okay. Well, thank you, Holly. I mean, everybody's, like, no, not everybody is someone's cup of tea. Like, I don't assume that anybody finds what I talk about interesting or informative enough, or kind
They
of
should. They should.
or or that they might find my personality really annoying. Who knows? There's all, we've all got likes and dislikes of different people. Some people you're drawn to and others you're not.
No.
So I don't assume everybody's like that toward me, and I'm fine with that, because I'm not into every commentator that some people might think are great. I mightn't be into them, but it's just personal taste, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I said to them. I said, if you're having that much trouble kind of listening to me, that you, and that you find it boring, maybe you shouldn't bother. So, I mean, I just do this stuff because I try to, boost different news things that happen, because, there's so much propaganda. It all helps if we all try and boost different news things, and also just because I can't stand it anymore, the sort of outrageous stuff that's going on now. I just feel like I just want to say something about it, because it should never become normal. the sort of stuff that's going on these days, it should never be, sort of just taken as normal. So the more people kind of express disgust or, outrage or whatever, the more it doesn't allow it to become normal. I mean, the minute we just kind of start accepting all this outrageousness, we're finished, really. Don't you think, Didi?
Yeah, I think so.
We can't allow this to ever become normal. Like homelessness should, unhoused people should never be viewed as normal. That should never ever be accepted as normal.
No.
And we've just got to keep pushing against this neoliberal sort of cesspool of awfulness, as much as possible. We should never ever accept it. And it seems like a lot of young people are not accepting it now. There's sort of, it's like F capitalism, and that's how it should be. So anyway, also, I think it's important for people to talk about veganism every so often too. I've got to keep talking about that because that's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Before it's taken hold to the extent that I'm happy with it.
Well, I think the big things in the world really are the environment and empire.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think the attitude that people have towards using animals is tied into both of those things.
Yeah. Yes, it's all related. What was I going to say? Oh, shit. Oh, and another thing interesting I found, which just shows how much control YouTube has over it, over people, what people see and what they don't see. Just before the election, just while the election cycle was happening, I noticed that my channel's subscriptions were going up at about 10 a day, which normally it's just like you'd be lucky to get one a day, if I'm lucky, sort of thing. And that's how it's been for for the last 3 years. It's been like, crawling along kind of thing. And then just before, just in this election cycle, it suddenly kicked up, and I thought it might have had something to do with some monetization of my channel, which I was only really doing to see if it would actually affect the exposure of the channel. It wasn't really that interested in any profit, because you barely make any. You might make a cent here and there if you're lucky. Anyway, so anyway.
Yeah, you're generating all this content, putting out all these ads and so on.
And I just put them toward the end of a video, so it's not interfering, and it's a skippable ad.
Because we don't really
and
like
I
ads
just
at
do
all.
it occasionally, and I thought that might help boost the thing. And so when things started picking up, and I was getting like 10 a day there for I don't know, a couple of weeks, maybe to 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. And I got about, in about 2 weeks or something like that, I got about 250 subscribers, which is very unusual. And I thought to myself, well, don't get too attached to that, because, this is what happens, and then suddenly it'll be something else, But I thought maybe it had changed into something. But no, it just, after the election, it immediately went back to, one subscriber a day if you're lucky, or it'd get 3 or 4 and then go back 5 and then go forward 3, that kind of shit. So anyway, so yeah, and the content really hasn't changed, so it really has probably had something to do with the algorithms that they've decided to open up a bit during the election cycle and then shut them down after the election. And that just shows how, if these algorithms weren't so restrictive and so and just arbitrary, depending on what they feel like, everybody could have so many more subscribers than what they actually do.
Yeah.
And a lot of the big channels like Jimmy Dore and Kyle Kalinske, they started many, many years ago before all these algorithms kicked in, so they got a lot of subscribers earlier on in the piece, and then of course that helps that exponentially grows, of course, even with the algorithms in place. So like I had another channel, Live Vegan, and that got 5,000 subscribers in no time. But then I stopped doing stuff on it, and now it's kind of died, and I can't even get people to kind of move over to Faint Signals from Vega. So, but it's just sort of disgusting that YouTube has this such a hold on content that just through a whim they can go, okay, let's just relax the algorithms, and if people are talking, and if people are talking about Trump or whatever, or something to do with the election, we'll let it all through, and then when it's over, we'll just clamp them down again. And it's sort of sadistic in a way, isn't it? Because you actually have, it's not about whether your stuff is, some particular video might be interesting to people. It's all about what they feel like, what these big social media platforms that are really heavily attached to the national security state, what they feel like, ultimately.
Well, it's like Trish had one of the first maybe kind of major vegan channels on Facebook.
What's that?
Near the beginning, near when Facebook started.
Oh yes, when Facebook started, yeah.
Live Vegan was one of the first really big channels.
Yeah,
on
really
Facebook
big pages, yeah.
Pages.
Yeah.
And you had, how many thousands? Tens of thousands?
58,000 people.
58,000 people.
And it was going really great.
And then they changed something or other.
Yeah, in 2012 they changed the algorithms on that, and it went from getting 200 to 250 people a day at that point to just almost zero. And then it started going backwards ever since then. And now it's at about 51,000. But it's been going backwards. And if I ever post anything, if I have, say, if I put a live stream, of something that I've done, there'll be maybe one person maybe, if I'm lucky. Now, how is it possible on a page,
58,000 people.
Yeah, with 58 or 51,000 people, one person sees that. How is that even possible? Anyway, but Kim said, speaking of YouTube, I have been watching all your older videos lately, Trish, and I can tell you that nearly all your comments are hidden as spam. Is that my comments or people's comments? Because it's interesting. I notice sometimes, and I've said this to Dee Dee.
What? Really?
I've noticed when I make comments on other people's channels, that even sometimes in live streams, it's like people don't even see my comments in live streams, but I'll make a comment on someone else's channel, and like all the other comments in the comment section, people, like, there'll be 20 and 30 people liking someone's comment, and there won't be one like of my comment.
Yeah, nobody sees it.
It's like nobody's seen it. And on Facebook it's the same thing. I can post
don't believe for a moment that nobody likes it.
Yeah.
It says nobody's seen it.
It's not, I'm not being rude or anything, And on Facebook it's the same thing. On my own account, I can post, say, 5 or 6 things over a week, and I'll be lucky if one person on the 500 people I have on my personal Facebook account will see one of those things. Like it's like I'm invisible on my own account. It's amazing, and I don't even crap on about the things I had for breakfast or anything. I post things about like sort of things that I know that people in my friends thing would be interested in, but no one sees it. It's amazing. It's like I've become And on Twitter, some people will see, I might be lucky, maybe 1 or 2 people might see my stuff, but I did a little search on, it's called shadowban.eu, and often, on a regular basis, my replies are hidden. They're dropped down right to the bottom, so basically you'd have to scroll through reply after reply to find anything that I've said in any of the threads. So on almost all social media now, I've been kind of hidden and shadow banned or whatever. So it's really fucking.
We think it's a good chance because of talking about Palestine and things like that.
Kim says my comments have been hidden as spam. That's bizarre on my own channel.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, that really is ridiculous.
Wowee. Yeah, I know Graham Elwood. Yeah, Holly.
Yeah. Not always. I mean, he's kind of good sometimes.
Yeah, as far as veganism, yeah, he's a bit funny with the veganism. He kind of, like, I've heard him say he's vegan, but then he talks about eating some animal product, and I think, well, you either are or you aren't. You can't kind of be dabbling in animal products every so often. But
yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. And so at this point, like, I sort of think, is there even any point in me? And I'm shocked if actually anybody ever responds to anything on when I post on other people's channels. Like, I'm sort of always surprised if someone sort of likes something I've said or responds or whatever. It's really surprising. So, yeah, I mean, I loathe all these social media platforms. I really do. I loathe Facebook. The only reason I'm on it is because people like Ajama Baraka and Margaret Kimberley and
I won't go on it. I just refuse.
And Abby Martin, people like that, because Ajama Baraka will post some really good updates, and then there's Emma Lee has her live streams and stuff, and she's a like a videographer. So there's all that kind of thing. I stay there for that, but then I just sort of think. And I also have a couple of pages that I post regularly on, hoping that maybe, somebody will see something. But it's very disheartening, that whole...
Well, there's a few pages where you're known, like Robbie's. Yeah. Or Abby Martin knows you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw you at his Thanksgiving stream. Who is that? I see. I see. Yes, Graham Elwood's Thanksgiving thing. Yeah, I just popped in for a little bit. Yeah.
Graham Elwood does a lot of stuff, or did a lot of stuff anyway, with MMT and so.
No, it wasn't Graham Elwood. I don't think he knows about MMT. It's Status Quo that knows about that. Yeah, I don't
Graham
think
Elwood
so.
did too.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah.
Oh no, Graham Elwood was from Jimmy Dore.
Yeah. Well, that's bizarre. I'm not even sure what to do about if my comments are spam on my own
your own
videos. How do you even address that?
How do you do that?
How do you address that, Didi? I don't know.
I don't know.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it disgusting? I don't know. I find it sometimes, like most of the time I don't care, but I find it's so disheartening.
How do you know they're listed as spam? Does it say these comments are spam?
Yeah, how does it indicate? Oh, here's Winter Snow. Hi, Winter Snow.
Hi.
I don't think I know your first name. If you feel like sharing your first name, please do.
We're all friends.
I'm just having a whinge about social media shadow banning and stuff.
All the exciting stuff. I love these. They have these flying, these swimming cow type creatures. Like, I'm not sure how they're aquatic. And I think there's a certain amount of thing about morphology of animals that show newest comments. Oh yeah. Okay, Kim says it shows how many comments there are, but some don't show up unless you click on show newest comments first. So if it says 5 comments, only 3 or 4 will show up. Yeah, I have no idea how they work that, and they're incredibly opaque. They really don't do a good job of saying what's going on, and I think that's the whole thing of being shadow banned. And I mean, you're not told that people just don't see your stuff. But you start noticing that you will say something like, "Oh, that's wonderful! You're so good," and or something like that, and you'll get nothing. Other people will say a similar thing and get, 40 likes or something, and it's not that you set them later than those people or anything like that, and a whole lot of people will get that kind of thing. Yeah. It just seems too weird to me. Yeah. It is weird. Sometimes on live streams, it's like, I don't get seen at all. And I don't expect it. People will answer every comment or anything. But you expect to be seen once in a while.
The person who owns the live stream could do that.
I don't know. I think you can make it invisible to yourself, but I'm not sure if you can make it invisible to other people.
No, but I don't know if I don't know. Yeah, I don't know really. Sometimes though, I know this sounds terribly black and everything, but sometimes I just wish they'd get it effing over with, and just kind of instead of just dragging out this censorship and pretending like everything's, everybody's got freedom of speech and all this kind of stuff, and it's not true. I just wish they'd fucking get it over with. I'm sorry, but I've had, after years of this kind of BS, it just gets really fucking tiresome.
Yeah.
Sorry, the swearing's happening now.
Yes, the swearing
you
is
can
happening
tell.
now.
You can tell
You're
I'm
getting
tired. I am. I'm getting tired.
To swear.
Yeah, I really do. I just wish they'd get it fucking over with, and just because then people can then sort of organize and do something else, even if we have to go back to handing out pamphlets on the fucking street, again or something. Do you know what I mean? handing out and sending fucking
phone trees.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Even if it has to go back to that, just get it over with. Because that's what they're fucking aiming for, is just to eventually, but by degrees, so that people don't notice. People won't notice when real leftist information vanishes, because they won't have noticed it in the first place. And when they, get rid of it through the more and more sort of extreme measures, who's going to know?
Yeah.
I'm having a real whinge.
You are.
Ranty whinge.
A ranty whinge. She's ranty.
So you left Facebook too. I fucking loathe Facebook. And I have ever since
awful.
They killed my page with my 58,000 people who were actually really... It was a fucking vegan page.
It was really wonderful. I mean, we had people...
I had people sending in
photos of themselves
and
kids
joining in campaigns. And, campaigns of sort of, I'd sort of say, send me in a photo of you holding a sign saying, something about veganism, basically. And people would. They'd send photos. And so, and there were people from all over the world. It was great. And I felt like it was really happening. A lot of people
from South America?
Yeah, and it was really happening, and it was great. And then it just came to a screeching halt, and I don't even know where those people are anymore.
Yeah.
It's like I couldn't even contact them, if I wanted to. And I tried to resuscitate that page on Facebook, and it just wouldn't happen.
No.
Where did those 58,000 people go? Just ridiculous.
Tried to do alternative pages and stuff like that?
No, but I mean, they're still there somewhere, because they're still members, but whatever I'm saying to them isn't reaching them.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just crazy. So Kim says, it shows how many comments there are, but some don't show up unless you click on show newest comments first. So it says 5 comments, only 3 or 4 will show up.
From before about your stuff being banned or something.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't really know how, and I'm talking now about real journalists, because I'm not a journalist, but like leftist journalists that actually have to make a living from doing journalism, the ones that I mention on this channel and stuff. I don't know how they don't end up with massive anxiety all the time, because the rug could be pulled out from underneath them at any time, couldn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And they completely lose their livelihood. I don't know how they live with that.
Yeah, you have to work for, the organizations, or else, you're out in the wind.
Yeah, and I mean, to then have to rely on the public who have hardly any money, particularly in a pandemic, you have to rely on them to give you enough money so you can make ends meet. Like, that's where I wonder, do some of these... Like, I wonder, do some of these, sort of organizations like the Grey Zone and whatever, do they get some kind benefactor every year gives them a certain amount of money so that they don't have to rely so much on the public, or they can keep up? Because this, otherwise, because they can't possibly be making ends meet through Patreon and super chats and whatever. It's not possible. Does anybody have any ideas about this?
Status quo and stuff like that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think. Well, I think they got some kind. Excuse me. Some kind benefactor gave them some lump sums and stuff. But then, when his name was sort of dragged through the mud by some people trying to take him down. Then I think he lost that benefactor, and I have to wonder, I don't know. I just don't know how these people are making ends meet. I really don't. Particularly, if they
You're
live in
talking about
areas
George
where
Charlton.
the rent is nuts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's sort of a mystery to me. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. I'm a little bit bonkers tonight, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
I think so.
Why?
I don't know, because I'm tired and
I've got an excuse.
I'm completely
I have a glass
riddled
of
with
wine.
histamines. What?
I have an excuse. I've got a glass of wine.
Dee Dee uses the excuse of the live stream, these live streams, to have some wine, don't you, Dee Dee? I wonder if it's the draw of having a glass of wine rather than actually doing the live stream. Which is it, Dee Dee?
No, because I could have a glass of wine anytime really if I wanted to. I'm not dependent on live streams.
You are. They have a lot of asteroids that have to be sort of shot out of the
Well,
sky,
they don't have to be shot. You can just pass them by. But if you want to get tritium, which you need for fuel, it's like in Star Trek, they're always going after dilithium, you know?
Oh, yeah. Dilithium. That's true, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're always after dilithium.
Yeah, and they happen to know the planets that have the dilithium. In Galaxy Quest, weren't they after dilithium too?
Yes.
Everybody's after it. Is there
Okay.
even such a thing as dilithium? There
I don't
isn't,
think
is
so.
there?
No.
No. So anyway, let's see.
Okay.
There's
let's
three
see if I can
people
get
in the
the
chat, and there's two of
center of
us.
the
So there's
galaxy.
two that are lurking. So feel free to come in if you are lurking and you feel like it. I'm just whinging about things, and and Dee Dee's playing the game, and people are commenting in the chat, and oh, one left. It's like, you're not going to point me out as a lurker. I'm leaving.
That's the one.
Excuse me.
Well, where do you go from there? That's not much fun.
Yeah, the galaxy is very, very attractive.
What?
The galaxy.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can see the picture of the galaxy up in the upper left.
Mm.
That's where I am in the galaxy.
Mm.
I'm trying to get to the galactic core.
So what's the name of the little cat in your little avatar, Kim? It's a mystery.
Yeah.
It's a mystery to me.
The galaxy map is really good. I'm heading towards the galactic core. I'm just going real fast now.
The galactic core?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like it'd be very safe to do.
It isn't very safe. It's really not safe at all.
So why are you going towards it?
Well, I don't know. It's
Oh, Goliath. Oh, wow. A cat called Goliath.
It must be big.
Yeah.
Either that or very small.
I
In the
I
sense
had
that
a
Little John was
I had a
big
black
guy.
cat once who was
big.
his name was Atticus, and
Not
he
he's pretty
was
big.
huge. Not as in overweight, just like people
Large
when
cat.
people when he'd come around the corner, people would go, "Oh my God!" That was their
That's a leopard.
response. No, he was a black cat. But they'd get this real, like, he was
Leopards are black.
very, very big. And we have a black cat now called Nandi, and he's quite big, but he's not as big as Atty was. But he's like a lovelord, and
He is.
he's
He's
lovely.
a lovelord. He's just so sweet. he loves cuddling up to Trish.
Yeah,
He
he loves
climbs
coming.
into bed with her, and
Yeah, he comes and
yeah,
lays
and
on
he
my
has to-
chest just before I go to
he
sleep,
has
and
to say goodnight. You know, he doesn't actually sleep there a lot of the time.
6
He'll just
kilos
come
of
in and say goodnight, and then you know, after a bit he'll go off.
6 kilos of kitty on my chest,
Yeah.
and yes, he'll cuddle for about 20 minutes, and then he'll go off and he's a lovely sweetie pea.
What do I need on your storm crystal?
And if we're outside or whatever, and you go up to him, he falls on his back and rolls around on his back, doesn't he, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Wanting you to pat his tummy.
He's gorgeous. Let's see. Starship, what am I at with my hyperdrive? Oh, I've got a lot of fuel. Let's see.
Oh, excuse me. Do 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 do. Oh.
One of the things about this little tiny ship is it has a huge amount of space. It's a bit like the TARDIS.
Oh,
There's a
yeah.
lot more space inside than could possibly be accounted for by the outside.
Ah. Oh,
It has
no.
more capacity than virtually any ship. Okay. Let's see. I'll see if I can go a bit further. What's that?
So feel free to share anything you wish to share about, whatever you feel safe in sharing in a public setting.
Absolutely, yes.
Feel free to do so, because this isn't all about me or all about Dee Dee or anything. It's just meant to be a kind of a...
No, it's just really a chance to be social. I think people have such a lack of socials these days.
Yeah, really.
I'm a big believer in communes. Oh,
Yeah.
my.
Except
What's
that they
this?
don't really work out too well.
Well, sometimes they do. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Lorna was asking, aren't animals lovely to live with? What do vegans feed cats and dogs? Well, we tried to do the vegan cat food, but it's very limited in brands in Australia, and our cats did not take kindly to it. Like
No.
there's only like I think 2 brands or even just one, and they did not. And so I mean, pet food is basically animal products that aren't for human consumption. So we don't really consider them contributing to the demand for animal products. So that's sort of the best we can do, basically. But for dogs, you can actually, if you can have a veterinarian, balanced, like dogs are omnivores, so they can actually eat all sorts of vegetables and stuff, and you just have to make sure that there's a supplement you can get for dogs. I think you can get it through Evolution. I think that's Evolution Dog Food, which is a sort of this supplement that you can add to. No, not that. That you can add to the veggies and stuff that dogs eat, and they really thrive on that. And there's some cats, who do very well on a vegan cat food, but we just have we just don't really have any. And this is the problem, when you don't really have demand for a certain thing, then you don't have companies kind of trying to, meet that demand. Like if you don't have, like the more vegans there are in the world, the more there will be a demand for vegan cat food. Well, hopefully, there's the whole domestication of cats and dogs is a whole other story that I'm not going to go into here, but just talking about these refugees of domestication. So if there's enough vegans in the world, then there'll be companies that will be making a really good vegan cat food, and you don't have to have, as long as they've got all the nutrients that are required, that are required for a cat. It doesn't really matter if it's plant-based, as long as they like eating it, and as long as it meets all their nutrition requirements, then it's totally fine. But yeah, so it's all very limited. Anyway, that's my hi Robin, how are you? Robin's
Hi,
joined
Robin.
in. So anyway,
Hey.
that's my little spiel about that. And yeah, animals are wonderful to live with.
Animals are wonderful.
So let's see, Kim said some cats do great on vegan kibble, some don't. It's harder for males. My current cat is female and eats vegan kibble, Evolution, and Amy Cat, and canned cat food, Bonovo. Yeah, so we don't really, as far as I know, we don't have any of those vegan cat food brands at all here. We've just got this one thing, and it's been around for as far as I know anyway, this one thing that's been around for oh God, a long time, hasn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Veggie Cat or something.
Yeah.
So how have you been, Robin?
Oh, let's see. What is this?
So Robin said, I'm well, just woke up and having coffee and happy to see you streaming. How do you feel about, quote, lab-grown meat, end quote? Do you think it's good alternative to farming? Not a fan of lab-grown meat, and
no.
And listen, before we go into that,
thing about
lab-grown we did 2 podcasts on that on my Vegan Trove podcast.
Basically, lab-grown meat is an illusion.
Yeah.
Because cells require food, and the food that they require has to be relatively high quality. You're always going to get those disproportionate things where you need more food input than is output. And if you're talking about trying to scale up tissue culture to the point, first off, it's tissue culture. The best you're going to get is an amalgamation of cells, which might end up kind of like mince. But you're going to have to feed it fairly high quality stuff. You're going to have to use antivirals. You're going to have to use antibiotics, because the ideal situation for cells to grow is the ideal situation for fungi to grow, for bacteria to grow, and everything else to grow.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to use all of those sorts of things. If you're trying to get any kind of texture or something, that's a whole nother thing. And it becomes a huge industrial process. You would have to use a whole lot of high-grade agricultural products as feedstocks. And this is the thing they don't tell you. They don't, it's like, oh, one cell can produce all this stuff. Yes, but you've got to feed it.
Yeah, yeah.
And you've got to make sure nothing inappropriate is growing in that.
Yes.
And, you know,
you also need like thousands of animals to. I mean, there's no real such thing as a stable, immortal cell thing, is there?
Well, immortal cell lines, there are immortal hybrid cell lines, but they're basically forms of cancer.
Yeah.
And they get changed. They change over time. Like if you look at immortal cell lines, or cell lines in general,
Yeah.
you'll find that whatever they started out with, that's not where they are after a while. Because other
Yes.
things kind of get introduced.
Yeah, I mean, we thought this through, Robin, and we realized that it would turn out to be a real nightmare of a thing.
It would be
if people did
huge
individual
corporations,
yeah,
you know, running biotechnology that would need a lot of high-grade agricultural products and a lot of chemicals
yeah,
and a lot of machinery.
yeah,
And it makes it kind of way beyond the scope of ordinary people.
yeah.
And
Yes.
yeah,
Yes, and it could end up being really kind of scary, and it would also, I think, end up being quite expensive. And of course, you're still using a lot of animals because you can't. And I mean, even just using one animal, of course, is not good. But I mean, you'd have to be using a whole lot of animals. Hey, Didi,
Yeah.
because you'd need young animals
yeah,
for those particular cells and stuff, wouldn't you?
yeah.
And yeah, so it's sort of, I don't know, it sounds sort of, I remember before I really had thought things through, and this is before I really actually even really had consolidated what I thought about everything. This is really early when I became vegan. I was thinking, oh, I didn't know all about, the using animals and all of this. But
I've done work with biotechnology, so I've got some idea of that.
Yeah, I didn't know much about it. But then you just realize that, well, it's still using animals, and you're still producing a product which is really not good for you. I mean, it just really isn't. When you look at the science, I don't know if you've checked out. And I'm not, a disclaimer about this nutritionfacts.org. I don't agree with everything on the site, but it's a science-backed site that has information about from all sorts of journals, the latest science nutrition.
It's not bad.
It's good. It's a good site. So it talks about how kind of disastrous in many ways animal products are for you, and and the benefits of a plant-based diet. Anyway, it's a really good site, nutritionfacts.org. And so anyway, it's not good for you, and it's also kind of, I think it would end up being a real mess, the whole lab-grown thing for people if they try to do it at home even.
It also perpetuates the whole thing of animal products.
Yeah.
And it will never, ever replace those cultural things like spare ribs. Or something like that.
Yeah.
That people have that they spare ribs dipped in barbecue. Well, you're never ever going to have something like that because that's not what tissue culture produces.
No.
And there will always be people who will prefer the natural stuff. So you're not going to end up end animal use.
Yeah. I'd rather eat a bag of hair than eat animal products again anyway.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
But the thing is that what was I going to say
about going vegan?
No, wait, Didi. I was going to say about the plant-based stuff. I mean, if people want stuff that emulates animal products, and usually animal products are always spiced heavily with, there's lots of spices and all sorts of things put on it. So in some ways, that's why some vegans gravitate towards, plant-based faux animal products, because of all the spices and stuff and everything. But there are more and more of that kind of stuff if people want that, and it's getting better and better, and if you can call it that sort of thing. So that's probably, the more vegans on the planet, the more demand for those kind of, if people want that kind of thing. We very rarely ever, like we might get some vegan sausages or something like that, just to try them out, and we have a little dalliance with that, and then we kind of go back to what we normally eat, which is all sorts of things, all sorts of different cuisines and curries and all sorts of things. But I mean, the plant-based market is becoming a huge thing, to the point where even like places like Woolworths, but also places,
that's our major supermarket
big
chain.
Animal exploiter companies like Tyson's, and are actually branching out into plant-based products and stuff like that. So even these huge animal exploiter companies are branching out into things like that. And Forbes magazine has sort of suggested to businesses that they better start incorporating plant-based stuff into their businesses, because this is the way it's going to go now. So when that's what capitalism does, it meets a niche, and that niche is becoming bigger and bigger, and that's veganism, really. I mean, there's millions of vegans in the UK now. It's going like that, and so this, I think it's going to actually, the whole plant-based market is going to leave the whole lab-based lab meat thing, like in the dirt, really, don't you, Dee Dee? Because it's kind of a ridiculous idea. It's not really very commercially viable. It's still using animals, which makes it crap, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't care how many animal welfareists sort of go, "Oh, isn't this a good idea?" No, it's not. It's not a good idea.
Also, people are doing things like, what is it? Those mock hamburger things that are supposed to be very good.
Come in, Nandi.
I don't know. I mean, I actually find mock meats a bit repulsive.
Yeah.
The idea of eating something that is like meat, for somebody who doesn't want to eat meat, is not attractive.
Yeah.
But
it's good for people who want transition products, or even people who just want to do that.
I'm not saying it's bad.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've eaten that kind of stuff. I mean, we've had a little bit of a thing, a flirtation with the Gardein meatballs.
Oh yeah, just because they never had Gardein products in Tasmania just until lately, and so we thought we'd try them out, and they were actually okay. They're just these vegan meatball things that you can put in spaghetti, and we tried them out, and that was
I don't
fun.
know that they're particularly like meat, but they're nice.
No, they're nice. Yeah, they're I think they're pretty good. So occasionally, we try those things out. Let's see. I'm going to show. Robin is just asking what's our preferred thing of protein. I'll just post this first, and then I'll talk about it. Hold on a sec. This is from that nutritionfacts.org thing. There's a whole bunch of things on that. So anyway, I'd say it's funny, more and more just beans, because you can do so many things with beans, and now I just love them. Initially, when I became vegan, I wasn't that interested in beans, and I was eating all these other things, and then and because beans are so fantastic, like they're just incredibly healthy for you, and sort of really so I suppose beans would be. And I mean, but there's so much protein in plants, like just in general. Like apparently vegans get 75% more protein in their from than they require actually every day. And there's actually a site, and mind you, if I mention a site. It's I'm not endorsing everything that they say on their site because I don't know everything that they have said in the past or in the future. But this site, Mick the Vegan, it's almost like a frequently asked questions about veganism. He's
pretty good.
He's quite clever, and he talks about, what was it? He just about covers all these, all the questions you could imagine. He seems to cover them, and so anyway, you might like to check that out, Robin. Mick the Vegan. He has very interesting, and he's actually a public health student, or he's doing a master's in public health or something. So he actually sort of knows a fair bit about different things, and it's interesting. So yeah, you might find it interesting to check that out. And he seems like a nice fellow too. That's always a good thing.
Yes, that's always a good thing.
And yeah, legumes are the best. Yeah, that's what Kim says. Yeah, so there's heaps of protein in plants, and vegans are never wanting in protein. And if you've ever checked out some of those vegan bodybuilder sites, there's this whole idea that vegans are little weaklings or skinny little things that can't really get enough, sort of.
Basically, you get
that's
enough
just
protein.
a
If you
propaganda.
If you eat a good balanced diet,
Yeah.
you get enough protein.
Yeah.
Protein, there's like this myth that protein means meat. And protein doesn't mean meat, it means amino acids.
Yeah.
Amino acids are what make protein. There's a certain number that you need. Between beans and grains, you get all of them.
But you don't have to have them in combination. You don't have to have beans and grains in combination.
You have to get the complete proteins. The complete amino acids. You have to have some of them in the right proportion to the other ones. No, this is true.
Okay, but you don't have
But you don't have to eat them at the same meal.
Yeah.
You just have to have them in your body.
Yeah.
You need to make sure you have them sometime reasonably close to, like in the same day or even the same couple of days.
Yeah.
And there are certain, like, soybeans are actually pretty well rounded.
Soybeans? Well, you can have any sort of bean.
No, I'm talking about soybeans specifically.
Right.
The amino acid balance is pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
And it isn't with every bean the same.
Yeah. But when you sort of look into, like, before I sort of actually really looked into for a few years, like when I became vegan in 2005, I don't know when nutritionfacts.org started off, but I didn't come across that until about 2010. So I'd been vegan for 5 years, and I learned so much from that site, and continue to learn from that site, because they really do sort of look at all the latest, journals and science journals, medical journals, etc., nutrition journals, and they collate it into these easily digestible, like 2-minute videos that they release probably once or twice a week. And the information is really good, and it's important too, and it's important for anybody, like whether you're vegan or not vegan, because we know the public knows so little about nutrition. And even as a registered nurse, I knew very little about nutrition, because it's really nothing that's really focused on or hasn't been focused on in nursing. And even doctors barely get any sort of nutrition instruction. In fact, there's a lot of doctors that still recommend, dairy to get calcium, which is actually in many ways sort of
Terrible.
it's not good. It's not good for calcium at all. And so this
Or
sort of
people recommend calcium supplements, and they're
yes,
actually harmful.
yeah, they're actually harmful. They if you look at the science about that, it's not good for you.
Yeah,
These
they're very bad
calcium
for your heart.
supplements. Yeah. So, there's a lot of stuff that is put out there that's, not great.
Not great.
So, let's see, what else? Yes, they're not good. Let me just, hold on, I've got a little cat crawling over me now. Calcium. And yeah, initially I was thinking, oh, nutrition facts, that's going to be another one of those woo-woo, woo-woo sites, right?
Oh,
and
yes.
then I looked at it and I thought, wow, it's not like that at all. And I realized how important it was. So hang on a second. So this is the thing about calcium. Oh, hang on. My, whoops. My keyboard isn't behaving itself. Calcium. That's really good. That's got some, great information. It goes on about calcium supplements. Are they effective? Are calcium supplements safe? That kind of thing. And yeah. So, but this is something that people don't realize about meat. Just that every time, this is actually a fact, every time people eat sort of animal products, but meat in particular, there's these inflammatory compounds that sort of basically cause a immediate inflammation in your body, with all the different bacterias, and some of them, you can't cook them out, they basically, and they cause this inflammatory response in your body. So basically, your body's constantly fighting off inflammation. And animal protein also attacks your kidneys and your colon. I mean, it's not good. But anyway, there's this thing called endotoxemia, and that's that's an interesting read. There's so much, so many things that are sort of scary about animal products. Really, when you look at the science, it's anyhow. Calcium seem to create oxalates in kidneys for some people. Yeah. So, but for a while there, this is when I became vegan. I was taking calcium supplements, and then I read this thing, because I was thinking, oh, just in case, because I'm sort of at an older age and I don't want to, get osteoporosis and stuff. And then I just realized that, that's not a good idea. And also, if you're not taking vitamin D, and whether you're vegan or non-vegan, there's widespread vitamin D deficiency in the world today. And it's a case that people who are D deficient, and that's a lot of people today, whether you're out in the sun or not. I mean, Dee Dee used to get lots of sun, and she was dangerously low.
I was working outside. Yeah, it was dangerously low.
And it turns out that a lot of people are D deficient, and that we probably should all be taking vitamin D supplements, and there's a vegan vitamin D for that. And I noticed I was also really low in it. And you can get diabetes, you can get cancer, you can have...
quickly, Lorna said, do vegans need any supplements? Yes, B12.
Yeah, B12.
And that's mainly because we wash our vegetables and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so we don't get that. It's a bacterial product.
Yeah, it's a microbe, and it's found. It used to be found on vegetables, and it used to be found in the water. And now, with all the processing and all the purification of water and all that sort of stuff, B12's been taken out of it. So, vegans need B12,
need
and if you
B12.
don't take B12 as a vegan, or
It can be quite bad.
yeah, you can get a buildup of homocysteine in your blood, which makes it sort of quite viscous, and you can end up, having strokes and heart attacks and stuff. So, like, it's very important for vegans to take
B12.
B12, and don't believe it if some vegans arguing with you and saying, "Oh no, we don't," you do.
You do.
And that's just
yeah.
because of, the processing that has happened with vegetables and with water. So you can't get it naturally
you
anymore.
Always, but
Yeah, you can get it in nutritional yeast, but I think you need to have about 1,200. Sorry, you need to have about 2,500 micrograms of B12 a week. Which is, if you have 1,000 microgram, tablets. These are cheap and easy supplements too, over the counter.
Yeah.
You just take a couple of those a week, and that's good enough. I mean, actually, I think they've changed the amount now that you actually need, and I think 2,000 micrograms a week is enough. But that's a couple of 1,000 microgram tablets of B12, and it's really cheap. I mean. So I mean, if that's really the only hardship, and of course there is a suggestion that probably vegans might need to take some more DHA omega-3s, but that's pretty simple. I think a lot of people need to increase their DHA omega-3 thing anyway, and you can get that through algae. I mean, that's where fish get their omega-3s. They get it through eating plants. So you just bypass the fish and you go straight to the plant. We don't need to be killing fish for anything. I mean, they're sentient, so
we don't kill them.
Yeah, so we don't, we don't need fish at all. And so anyway, that's my little rave about. So yeah, B12 is important for vegans, and I think it's actually becoming important for a lot of people. Even I've read something and I didn't read it properly, but just recently I read something about that even people that are not vegan, there's problems with B12 there too now for some reason, and I'm not sure why.
Basically, there's a lot of problems with a lot of food-related things because the soil has been mined.
Yes.
And it is
topsoil.
So poor.
Topsoil is becoming a thing of the past. It's like topsoil is like takes a long time to build up, doesn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah,
and then
proper soil.
Proper soil.
Nutritious soil takes a long time to build. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and Kim was saying she takes B12 and algae-based supplement. Yeah, and that I do too. We take that, and vitamin D. If nobody's taking vitamin D on this stream, please consider it, because honestly, I mean, I've known people that have been getting plenty of sun. They go out in the sun. Of course you be careful because it's the sun today.
Because of cancer.
But but they're getting plenty of sun and still really low vitamin D. And I don't even know why that's the case. But there's so many people D deficient, and seriously, the serious diseases people can get from D deficiency is
really bad.
Really bad.
Yeah.
Let me get. I don't know if I've already posted this. Vitamin D. I was on a real mission at one point when I realized that about D deficiency, and I was thinking, here in Tasmania, the sun, generally speaking, is very soft, and there's a lot of people down here get diabetes, and they think that's probably because of the D deficiency, and it turns out that black people have D deficiency, and that is one of the reasons that a lot of black people are succumbing to the really extreme, severe symptoms of COVID. If you look up, the Lancet and different journals, it's because they're D deficient, because they've got so much melanin in their skin, they're just not getting that D. And so a lot of black people get diabetes because they're D deficient. That's one of the reasons. There's other reasons too, of course, but diet and all that sort of thing. Apparently, the study suggests that it's actually animal cholesterol animal fat that is actually creates insulin resistance in the muscle. So, it's actually animal products that are, there's all this stuff, it's all about sugar. Well, it's actually more about animal products and the animal fats that are creating insulin resistance in the muscle. And then I think low vitamin D also in the blood is contributing to that too. So let's see. So this is D supplements. Vitamin D. Vitamin D. So that's very interesting, the vitamin D thing. And I actually really think I was borderline diabetic at one point, and it was because I had low vitamin D levels, because once I fixed that up, everything was okay, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, it's sort of it's kind of scary how important vitamin D supplementation is. I really think if you're not taking it, please consider doing so, because there's an endless amount of diseases and illnesses you can get from it, from not having good levels. Hey, Didi.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I was outside quite a lot of the time because I was doing a lot of gardening and a lot of work outside and that kind of stuff, and I ended up D deficient, like really, really D deficient.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
And I was blown away by that.
Yeah. Who would have thought? And I wish I could find that thing about the yeah. Anyway, they have transcripts of these different things, but that endotoxemia, just after eating animal products is sort of scary, really. It really is. And I sort of think, God, your body can only put up, I think, with ingestion of animal products for so long, and then it starts to rebel. Don't you think, Didi?
Yeah,
it can handle it kind of when you're young, but then as time, it's sort of, your body can kind of fight off the deleterious effects of what we're putting into our bodies. But then after that, it starts to like, no, can't handle it anymore. And that's when, things really start to go awry. And that includes dairy. Dairy's a bit of a horror story. Kim said, "Damn, Didi, that was a dragon in the game."
The thing that flew over the top.
I don't know.
It was a sandworm.
And Robin said, hang on, pretty much. Yeah, Robin was saying pretty much all people who have died of COVID have all been vitamin D deficient. Yeah. And let's see. Robin said, yeah, I definitely have been taking more vitamin D here in Canada right now. In the winter we get so little sun, it's gone by 6 p.m. Yeah, really. When I was living in the Arctic here, winters were brutal. You'd go weeks and weeks without seeing the sun at all. Wow, what's that like, Robin? Not hardly seeing the sun at all. Like sometimes I think I get a bit of SAD. Like it's been much better, I think, in
Lately.
recent times. But yeah, when the sun sort of comes up at about, what is it, 7, and it goes down by 4:30 or something. Yeah. It's sort of, you get 8 hours of sunlight, and it's...
Right now, it comes up at, what, about 5?
5, and then it goes down at sort of 8:30.
8:30 at night.
So that's kind of, good.
kind of good. Yeah, not really.
Oh, I like it. I like it because you could get more done. You could get more done in the day. Like today, we were doing lots of gardening and putting compost on the trees, and that was really good. And they're looking like happy little fruit trees at the moment.
Yeah.
We have our own human compost thing, and that's good. And so let's see what else. And then Dee Dee was doing some weeding, and I was doing some watering because it's getting kind of dry at the moment. And
yeah, it hasn't been raining for the last little bit.
Anyhow, Robin, if you're interested too, I have a vegan resource in podcast form. It's more about the ethical reasons to go vegan, but it's called How to Go Vegan.org. So you might like to check that out.
I love these big flapping butterflies.
Yeah, imagine not seeing the sun for oh, and you might like to check out Cowspiracy, the Sustainability Secret, Robin. That's an interesting watch. And check out this, because people tend to forget about fish and what we're doing to the oceans, but when you look at Seaspiracy on Instagram, they actually were going to bring out this documentary, Seaspiracy, but I don't know, I haven't been able to come across it, and I'm not sure what's happening with that. I don't know if they ran out of money or what, but anyway, on Instagram, Seaspiracy, that it's a horror story, what we're doing in the oceans, and so that's really worth checking out, Seaspiracy.
I was always amazed at how much people disregarded, including science people, disregarded algae.
What's that, Didi? Sorry?
I was always amazed at how much people disregarded algae.
Oh.
And algae...
disregarded it?
Yeah. They don't, they think about, fish and all that kind of stuff. But I'm talking about environmental change and environmental problems. And algae are, they probably absorb something like a third of the CO2 on the planet.
Algae, yeah.
Algae.
Oh, yes.
Little one-celled organisms.
Yeah, really.
Out there in the ocean.
Mm.
And one-celled organisms are so much more vulnerable in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And while they can do things like move, like they can possibly go a little deeper or something in response to changes in this and that.
Yeah.
Nobody calculates what the impact of them going deeper might be.
Yeah.
Or changes in the algal composition of the ocean. Nobody's been thinking about that, and that's sort of something I've been pushing since the 80s.
Right.
That when I was involved in a lot of the environmental stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't understand how people can just ignore that.
Yeah. How is algae going anyway with the acidification of the ocean? I know that
I think
crustaceans
I don't think
doing
anybody's
very well.
really looking at it.
No.
Hopefully
somebody is.
Yeah, but I mean, you think, like, human beings are extremely robust in a physical sense.
Yeah.
We can lose arms. We can go through horrific physical accidents.
Yeah.
And yet, a change in temperature of a few degrees really mucks us up. A change in the balance of, sodium or something in our body can really mess us up.
Yes.
And algae are one-celled organisms.
Yeah.
They're completely vulnerable to that kind of thing.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. And nobody really thinks about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's because they're tiny.
Yeah, really.
But I've always had a soft spot for algae, I guess.
Yeah. Robin was saying, yeah, winter in the Arctic sees a spike in suicide rate and seasonal depression. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I'll bet.
You know what I was thinking, Robin, too, is and Kim, thanks for sharing that. If you're talking about howtogovegan.org on your Twitter site, yeah, that's very nice. I'm always happy if people want to share that, so that's great. And constant nighttime. Robin was saying, I will admit I like the constant nighttime because of the northern lights, but some people really get depressed without the sun. Many people go south during the winter to see the sun. Yeah, I was just thinking, like this whole, how when you watch, I know that in Voyager, like Star Trek Voyager, they have these holodecks, so they get to sort of see artificial sun in the holodeck and stuff. So I guess that kind of helps them, deal with. But I mean, what about people like now who, this whole fantasy of going to Mars and colonizing Mars before we go extinct? Good luck with that, since we can't actually manage to make a biosphere work on the Earth. Hey, Didi.
No, the group I was working with actually involved were the people who built the biosphere too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one. We'll have to talk about soon.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I left partly because I could see it was going in that direction.
Yeah.
Hold on, previous to that, the group had been working on kind of low-tech answers that would be available to communities and so on.
Yeah. But they couldn't make it work, could they, Didi?
Nah.
And so if they can't make it work on Earth, how on earth are they going to make it work on Mars, where there isn't, like, if it doesn't work on Mars, you're dead. Yeah, and they have, you're not going to be able to be outside of some kind of a dome.
Yeah.
And all the, what they're talking about, the terraforming Mars and all of that, that's going to take a long time.
Yeah.
All that kind of thing. I mean, it's just fanciful, and, the resources to get there. And how long is it going to take to get there? 2 years?
Oh, it's something like
that. So they're
over a year.
Over a year. So they're in a spacecraft with no weight-bearing exercises for a year, so they'll be almost like babies.
Well, I think they're going
babies.
I think they're going to have to create some sort of an artificial gravity by spinning the ship or something like that. Otherwise, bone density disappears.
Yeah, and they'll be crippled by the time they get out of the thing. But they'll also possibly be a bit insane because they haven't seen any sun. Like, it'll just be black the whole way through. They're stuck with people in a tiny space, so psychologically it'll be really trying. I mean, you might have to go on tranquilizers just to deal with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There are so many things that are wrong with that, like that they, it's not like you can just get on something and to Mars. It's a real endurance.
Yeah.
You have to be sort of like mentally really kind of tough, and you'd have to have something that's supporting your weight, some weight bearing thing that your bones won't just flake away.
Yeah.
You have to be able to deal with a confined space for a year, because once you're in it for the year. It's not, you can't just kind of, I had enough, I'm going to get off.
Well,
well, you could.
and you'll have to deal with other people.
And
that's
then
going to be
yes, the
that's
other
a much
people.
bigger
That's yes,
thing than people think about.
exactly. That's probably the bigger thing. You might end up with the shenanigans that went on in Alien. I don't know. People kind of going a bit crackers.
Yeah.
I can't remember what happened in Alien, but anyway. So, but you've got that blackness for a year, and sort of artificial light inside the spacecraft,
and incredibly limited.
Yeah.
Space.
Yeah.
Because
they can't do hibernation yet, can they?
No.
So, you can't even escape that. So it's sort of, the whole thing is so fanciful.
And you can't.
Yes. Robin said, I think people in those situations could easily go stir crazy, absolutely. And Holly said, yes, no doubt, Robin. And Robin said, 16 months at least, I think, a minimum to get there. 16 months,
Yeah.
And then Kim says, and then the sun will expand all the way to Mars. What does that mean? I don't know. Is that, you mean the radiation is kind of insane on Mars? I think you have to wear some kind of I don't know. The radiation is nuts on Mars, isn't it? It was nuts on the moon, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Radiation on the moon.
Yeah.
So Robin said, I think people in those situations, could go so crazy. Yeah. So anyway, this whole, Elon Musk, and I'm sorry, but he's quite a tosser. He's sort of, I don't know what, he seems to have this fantasy that it's all going to be sorted in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Mr. Imperialist, we can do we can coup whoever we want to, Musk.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, there's no magnetosphere on Mars to stop the radiation. Wow. Well, see, that's sort of, what do you do? Do you wear a radiation suit?
There's effectively no atmosphere on Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you have one little problem in your dome, or you have one little problem in your spaceship, you're in deep doo-doo. And then you've got to, after you get there, you've got to set up some sort of biosphere that you can function in, that you're not going to want to kill one another because you're so insane because you're stuck in a dome.
Yeah.
With really probably annoying people that are very intelligent, but probably maybe they don't have a whole lot of social skills. I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes people don't really. I don't know.
Yes, and people get on your nerves, and what do you do?
Yes.
What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, so it only takes somebody to go nuts and then want to hack their way out of the dome.
Yeah,
and kill everybody.
Open the door and leave.
Or if it's a U.S. thing and everybody wants their guns up there, well, that could be really fun. You know what I mean?
Yes, everybody wants their guns up there.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I mean, this is the thing about thinking that we can all escape to another planet because we've fucked this one. Well, that's sort of like taking your dysfunction with you.
Well, yes, and I mean, it's like Elon Musk thinks that he can because he's got the money.
Yeah.
But who would want him on the ship?
Yeah, really. And I don't think he'd cope with it because probably expects people to, wait on him hand and foot because that's probably what he's used to.
Yeah.
Anyway, why would you need somebody like that in there anyway? Why would you want it? Why would you want somebody just because he's got a lot of money doesn't mean he's going to be any good in a space station.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Kim said the sun eating Earth would eventually eat Mars. Yeah. We were talking happy talk about the sun expanding and then subsuming the Earth and then going back and becoming a dwarf star because that's the kind of little black-minded person.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. And there's no and but that would be a few billion years, but still. Um, so Robin said one corona mass ejection and everyone is cooked by solar radiation.
What?
Robin said one coronal mass ejection, and everyone is cooked by solar radiation.
Oh yes.
And
wonderful.
then he said, I doubt Musk would volunteer to go himself. No, I don't think so. Or Bezos. No, he'd wait until all the issues were sorted and he had his own little palace there.
Because that's everybody knows what's really important.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know, the whole Mars stuff kind of just fits in so well with all the other ridiculousness that's going on in the planet. These sort of fantasy ideas that I don't know if people would have even been talking like this, say, 25 years ago, and sort of thinking that you could make it work on Mars when you can't even make it work here on Earth, Dee Dee.
I think people talked about it in theory, like would it be like?
Richard Branson. Yeah.
What would it be like, like Arthur C. Clarke, what would it be like if we went into space and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But, it's just gotten worse and worse.
Yes. Yeah. And what are they going to do with that Space Force?
And the idea
of
our going into space anymore is kind of crazy. And who do they think is going to go into space?
Yeah, really. I don't know if they're going to have some sacrifice people that go up and get it sorted for the oligarchs, and then they all go up and go and thumb their noses at everybody else on Earth and go, ha ha. It's kind of like an artificial rapture.
Well, I imagine if they did that, they would go up there, they would get the oligarchs to pay for them to go up there and fix it for them, and then they would thumb their nose at the oligarchs and go, ha, we're up here, bugger you.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Why do you think we're going to leave and give it to you? It's just like with the oligarchs, taking over and all that, they're going to need a whole lot of guards and basically an army and all that sort of stuff. And what stops the army from kind of going, okay, well, now that, everything is falling apart and the only thing that keeps you together is the army, what's in it for us?
Yeah, really.
You're a rich bitch, but so what? We've got the guns.
Well, wasn't that there was some kind of a workshopy thing that happened once where there was all these rich people, and the thing that they wanted to know was what do they do when their bodyguards turn on them?
Yeah, there was some people who were right into tech, like really, really into tech.
Yeah.
And they do regular kind of talks about what the future might be like.
Yeah.
Technically, and they got invited in by these group of Silicon Valley, billionaires.
Yeah.
And they expected to do their normal thing and about what the world might be like and, the fabulous things that might come down the line.
Yeah.
And the people instead were asking things like, well, when the guards want to turn it, how do we deal with that? Is there something we can implant to keep them under control?
Yeah.
Can we implant something to do behavioral modification or to kill them if they get out of line?
Yeah. What kind of psychopaths are they, Dee Dee?
Well, they're thinking ahead.
I know, but it's like...
It's psychopathic right from the beginning.
Yeah, sure, but it's just sort of like, I don't know. I don't think didn't really want to know the kind of, the sort of... I didn't want to know that people could be like this. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That this is how people can turn out.
Yeah.
That they can sort of just see people as either, as in the way that like that,
Yeah.
I think they have this. They're living in such a fantasy that they actually think they can wait it out, what's coming.
Well,
it's
or
such
that
a
they
fantasy.
will be able to get so much resources under their control.
Yeah.
That they will be able to survive anything.
Forward-thinking psychos.
What?
Robin said, forward-thinking psychos.
Yes, forward-thinking psychos.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Robin.
That's a name of a band right there.
Holly says Mars, then Earth.
Forward-thinking psychos.
Yeah.
I'd like to send all these people that love power, send them off to some planet and let them fight it out with one another.
There's a bunch of science fiction. Holly may have been thinking about. There's a bunch of science fiction that postulates that people on Earth are going to screw up the planet to such a degree that the only people that seeming only people that survive are those people who left.
Oh yeah.
Into space.
Oh yeah.
This is mostly stuff that was written 40 years ago, because I don't think anybody can take that seriously anymore.
No.
But Asimov and people like Isaac Asimov and people wrote things like that. And then at some point people return to this polluted, irradiated, messed up shell that used to be the Earth.
Yeah.
And find, maybe there's some people who stayed and what they evolved to.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if any of that follows, and I don't think anybody's going to leave successfully.
No.
And that's the problem,
Yeah. There's all kinds of gravity here.
All kinds of gravity here. That's a little in-joke from Roseanne.
Yeah, Roseanne. So, that's the other thing too. They'd have to, on this place on Mars, they'd have to have, some decent gravity. Otherwise, they'd have bone problems. There's just all sorts of
Well, I guess you'd
things.
adjust. You just have...
What happened to that discussion? Because for a while there, Elon Musk couldn't shut up about it. And
About
now
what?
I haven't heard anything. Now all he's interested in is lithium from Bolivia. Invading Bolivia and getting the lithium. But what happened to that conversation? It's like,
Which conversation was that?
About, Mars and all of that.
Oh,
he was
isn't he still
colonizing Mars.
Isn't he still going to Mars? I mean, isn't that why he sent cars into space? So he can have his Ford whatever in Mars.
Robin said there is good. It's funny about these live streams. We've got it ticked that the live stream is supposed to play back, but it doesn't. That's why I read people's comments out, because weird Cadillacs in space, Robin says.
Yes.
I mean, that's somebody with too much money, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there is a good sci-fi show that came out this year called Raised by Wolves, about Earth being ruined by war between atheists and the religious fanatics, and they have to leave Earth and start anew. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but that presumes you can leave Earth.
Yeah. I mean, resources are becoming harder and harder to mine and get, and aren't they,
I love some of the old 50s and 60s sci-fi where the plucky band... I love the plucky band.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plucky
of good-looking
band.
people.
Well, no, this was written, so that wasn't that.
Yeah.
It was the plucky band of nerds and scientists who built rockets in their garage, in their sheds,
Oh yeah.
you know, and went out into space because government would never get it together and all that.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah.
Yeah, the plucky band
The
who
plucky
always end up
bands.
saving everybody
Well,
and
it's the plucky
stuff.
bands who get together and survive the aliens or survive the zombies or survive whatever it is that's coming after them. And it's such a trope. And it's never ever going to happen. You know.
Yeah.
But they keep putting that out, and it's, I think, really soaked into particularly the American psyche.
Yeah, well, the plucky band can't even overthrow the government. You know, the plucky band of far-righters that are always going on about when the government gets out of control, we're going to take over the government. And
Well,
even when the
yet,
NDAA came in and it was, you know, we're going to arrest you indefinitely without charge and we can even assassinate you illegally and stuff. Where was the plucky band of far-righters, you know?
Yeah.
They didn't rebel against that.
Yeah.
And the best they can come up with is abducting a Michigan governor for a week. And they couldn't even be successful with that one.
Yeah.
So where is this plucky band?
Where is it?
Of geniuses that are all good looking.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at the bluegrass.
So Robin said, this is off topic a little bit, but I would like to ask an Aussie about the Great Barrier Reef. Last I heard they were really destroying it, and I haven't heard any news of it recently. Yes, every time we hear about the Great Barrier Reef, it's just more and more bleached and stuff like that. It's they're not going to do anything. Like they've got the largest coal mine I think in the world up in Queensland now, haven't they, Dee Dee? Is that anywhere near the Great Barrier Reef?
They're putting it in. They haven't got it in yet.
Right.
But what the real problem is like the cotton and other agricultural things, because the soil and the nutrients that go down into the reef cause all kinds of algal growth that kills the reef. It changes the ecology.
There's
and
the algae that you say you love so much.
The temperature is going to go up, and that's going to wipe the reef out.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anybody...
And the acidification.
I don't think any scientist expects the reef to survive.
No.
I've heard for years that it's likely that all reefs die.
Yeah.
And that includes, like that people talk about the Barrier Reef, and that is incredibly gorgeous and huge and all that.
Yeah.
But I mean, the west coast and stuff, Coral Bay, and it's just reef from Geraldton.
Yeah.
Actually, from about Geraldton north.
Yeah.
I mean, there's reef everywhere.
Yeah.
And huge reefs, and a lot of that is dying.
Yeah.
And it's like...
Yeah, I saw that
incredible.
In 1970. I went in a glass-bottom boat in 1970 and saw all the beautiful, colourful coral and the fishes and everyking. And
I've never been to the Barrier Reef.
Oh, it was very beautiful.
Yeah.
And there was hardly anybody on the boat. It's not those big boats. It was a little glass-bottom boat.
Yeah.
And it was lovely. And
the reefs around Broome and so on, I mean, you get 30-foot tides there.
30-foot
10
tides.
meters. And, I mean, they're huge tides. But you get all kinds of reef there. And they're just gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, you. I've got a little caddy on my lap. Hello, little one.
Yeah, Robin, what's his name from Monty Python? Wrote a book called
Palin.
Last Chance to See.
Michael Palin.
Michael Palin.
Yeah.
the last chance to see. And it's true. You know, like, yeah, if you can get there and see it before it's gone, do.
Yeah.
Because it's going. And government doesn't really care.
No,
I mean,
they don't care.
they're talking about letting, you know, tankers and stuff go through there, and it's just insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
And,
Well, it's insane. They're just talking about, you know, the opportunities in the Arctic of,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, you know, this is end stage capitalism, ecocidal capitalism.
Well, everything is a resource.
Yeah, everything's
Everything
a resource.
is a resource
Yeah,
to be turned into money,
yeah.
and including people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Labor is
Yeah.
a resource.
Yeah.
If you can't turn it into money, it's not worth anything.
I don't know about you, Robin, but I can't even bear watching any, you know, in quotes, wildlife films anymore or anything about, because I just find the whole thing too distressing I can't even see happy little, in quotes, wildlife things anymore. It's just, the whole thing, it's just too depressing for me. What we're doing to non-human animals and their habit, you know, their homes, and you know, just.
I haven't been able to watch wildlife stuff for years.
Oh no, for years I can't.
Yeah.
Like, you know, there's some apparently some really great stuff that's come out over the years. I just can't do it. I really can't watch stuff like that anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't even look for, you know, the daily degradation of what's going on, you know, in relation to climate crisis, because I just like I can't do, and I know it's happening, but I just don't want to see the, you know, the death by 1,000 disasters sort of thing every single day. So yeah, so I just do the be here now, and that's, you know, all I can do now. Sort of enjoy everything as it is now.
I've been enjoying being able to do the be here now. I've been enjoying a lot more just looking at the beautiful environment that we have.
Yeah.
But for a long time, I had a really hard time looking at it, knowing what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just knowing the loss and the degradation and all of that.
Yeah, and it does your head in, like, if you know, because it's not going to get any better, it's just going to get worse. So, you know, if you follow every awful thing that happens, you know, it just sort of it does you in, basically, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like things like the Amazon rainforest is going to start putting out CO2 in 15 years' time. Instead of absorbing it, it's going to start putting it out. I mean, that should be all over the place. That should be everywhere. You know, that news.
You know...
And all we're doing is talking about these ridiculous things in the news, and, like, there was some fucking
One of the
thing...
things that bothers me most is everybody keeps talking about the rise of sea level.
Oh, yes, as if that's the only thing to worry about. Oh, my God.
Long before that happens,
yes,
there's going to be major catastrophes with the food systems.
Yes.
And there's going to be famines and starvation and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yes, the sea level thing is the least of our worries. Good. The fucking starvation thing, because plants won't be able to survive in the fucking heat. They won't be able to deal with all the environmental things.
Yeah.
And plant, you know, agriculture is already dropping off. This is a happy conversation, isn't it? But, you know, agriculture is already on the brink.
Happy.
Yeah. So, you know,
happy all the time,
but that's all they can talk about is, oh my God, the sea levels. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. What'll it do to the real estate?
Yeah, really.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then you get people like Ben Shapiro.
How about
says,
starving
well,
first?
People will just sell their homes and move.
Yeah.
Somebody said, who the hell do you think you're going to sell your home to if it's underwater?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long do you think we have? I think we've got, like, at the max 40, probably till 2060.
30 years.
I reckon it'll be, it'll be really pear-shaped in 30, but I think it'll be really all over by 2060. I'll be 100 years old then.
Yeah,
I don't expect to see.
I've always thought 2050.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
By then, you're going to have an ecological catastrophe.
Yeah. It could even be sooner because
Well,
everything's feedbacking.
I think the thing is that it happens in a sense slowly from our standpoint,
Yeah.
but really, at a
Ecologically,
huge speed
yeah, huge speed.
in any kind of, like long-term framework.
Yeah.
I think in the next 10, 15 years, we're going to see major famines and that kind of stuff. Already food is starting to be priced out for a lot of people. And
yeah, I mean, we're finding now the food, and I don't know if it's because they can or because there are some issues, but like something like, now this mightn't sound much to somebody who's making a good wage, but that's not us, and we're not. We literally share coffees when we go out.
And
we
I
don't
think
buy
we're
our
getting
own coffee.
The coffee is starting to be too expensive.
Yeah,
for
coffee's
that.
starting to be too expensive to even buy one coffee for us to share, and we don't do that very often either.
Yeah.
Our forms of enjoyment is going to the tip shop. That's the dump. The dump, and it has a shop with stuff that people don't want, and we like to go and have a look at that. That's our sort of outing, and we can't afford to go to the movies anymore or anything like that. We don't really, but we entertain ourselves because this is a beautiful area we're living in. So it's just beautiful being here and the garden and all of that. But it's like, it basically, things like avocados are way too expensive for us now. We last year they were expensive, but now they're like, really beyond it. It just gets ridiculous. What else was too expensive, Didi?
Pumpkin is starting to be too expensive.
Yeah. I mean, things that you just wouldn't expect.
I mean,
lucky
really
we like
you
beans.
You can't afford pumpkin anymore.
Yeah, lucky we like beans is all I can say.
It's $4 a kilo.
What's that?
$4 a kilo for pumpkin.
I don't even know, like people who are not vegan. I don't know how on earth they and meat is subsidized, so it would be way more expensive if the government didn't subsidize slabs of rotting flesh. Hey, Didi.
Yeah.
But it's really expensive even with the subsidization from the government. But the things that we're just noticing that they just whack on. You'll go back to the shops and you'll find there's an extra $2 on something. That was once, it's almost like a 200% markup on something or 500% markup, isn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
Just indiscriminately. And we don't know if it's got anything to do with, problems with supply or just because they can. It's like, who cares about the people that can't afford it? We don't care. I mean, there's people that have got wages that can,
Yeah.
So
we were talking about that. We had an ex-prime minister talking about pensions and stuff like that. Australia has a plan where employers have to put in a proportion of a person's wage into pensions, which is for retirement, and it's basically so the government doesn't have to pay retirement pensions. And he was saying that it's a fabulous thing and all this sort of stuff, but the way he was talking, it was like there's all these people with big pensions, and the problem is it totally ignores the fact that steady employment is almost gone. Yeah. And everybody is casual, broken employment, subcontracting, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
The gig economy and the casual. I mean, and they're talking like, oh, well, but when you're a parent, and you want to be able to give your super and your house and live on your investments. And I'm thinking, who are they talking about?
Yeah,
I don't
really.
know. I don't know anybody who's got that kind of income.
Yeah.
I mean, and who, when they talked about also, I don't know anybody who can save money anymore.
Maybe politicians, maybe people who are presenters on news shows, like major news shows. Yeah, well, they might do all right. I don't know. I think most of us, sorry, that's not going to work.
No, I mean, I don't know anybody who doesn't live from paycheck to paycheck. Maybe we just know a whole lot of people that, but I mean, really
poor.
poor. But
Yeah.
and it's just, I don't know. So we've let our garden go a bit. We were growing
we
a
let
few
our garden
things.
go this year, yes.
But we've been paying attention to the fruit trees. But we have to have a bit of a bargaining thing with the birds, don't we, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And they're not very generous.
Well, I think we're doing kind of okay. I think putting those nets up was okay. We threw nets over the trees.
Yeah.
I think that'll stop the birds from...
But we must have had about 12 or more cockatoos came down the other day, and they were eyeing off the cherries, and we hadn't covered them up with nets. And then we've had a lot of ravens around here lately,
Robbo,
and also currawongs.
Robin, no, it wasn't Tony Abbott. Tony Abbott's a dickhead. No, it was Paul Keating.
No, it was Paul Keating. And Paul Keating's starting to sound a little bit more like he's
starting to sound like a lefty.
Yeah,
yes.
He's more of a more to the left of the Labour Party right now, and that's saying something because he actually helped introduce all the neoliberalism into the country, didn't he? And he's a Labour Prime Minister.
Yeah, Kim says Aquaman might buy the houses.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Well, if you can get the Atlanteans going, I don't know. I haven't seen very many Atlanteans willing. I think they just use spears and just kill the terrestrials.
Hello.
And take what they want.
Nandi's looking at me.
Besides, they don't need coastal stuff. They live underwater.
Hello. Hello. Nandi's looking at me and tilting his head. Hello, Nandi.
Okay, well, I've made a little base that produces copper and nitrogen.
Hello. And Hello. Hello, Nandi. Shall I put the microphone up so people can hear you purring? Can people hear Nandi purring?
I'm going to go into space again.
Oh, okay. We're hurtling through space.
Well,
I hope this conversation isn't too depressing.
Too depressing for people.
We're not trying to be depressing.
I
mean, you kind of have to have a sense of humor.
We just can't help it.
You just kind of have to have a sense of humor about it, really, because what else can you do? I had a real big cry about all of this about 7 years ago when I realized it was all too late and stuff, and there was really nothing actually could be done that would be able to turn it around. And then I got used to it, and
yes,
that's
thanks to me saying depressive things all the time.
No, it was actually breaking the set and watching that.
Oh yeah.
Kim says, my cat is purring too so hard to hear anything else. And Robin said, I don't mind this type of conversation. No good comes from ignoring the truth of our reality. Yeah, exactly. Robin, it's funny how, like, this, I think it's better if people start to be really honest with themselves about actually what's happening, and rather than trying to distract and stuff, because, like, if we can't be honest at this point, with ourselves of the dire situation, and probably it's almost like a palliative situation really for the planet in a way, because even if all these tosses in government actually did everything they should do within a timely manner, meaning immediately, it would not stop the propulsion of the runaway feedback loops and all that sort of thing at this point, really, would it, Dee Dee?
Yeah, I heard Philip Adams, who is an old ABC radio, that's the Australian Broadcast Corporation, talking to somebody who is the head of the environment thing, and he was saying, well, in the 80s he was put in charge of climate change stuff, and then that was wiped out by Abbott, and
yeah,
all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And he said, well, we're getting to the point where we're just about to hit those tipping points environmentally, after which nothing we can do could conceivably be done.
Yeah.
Now, I actually think we hit those tipping points. Should I say this?
Yes, say it.
I actually think we hit those tipping points in 2000.
Yeah.
Because, it's like, if we do such and such, we say scientifically, then we might have some chance of ameliorating the environmental impacts. I look at it as in terms of, if everybody on the planet was together absolutely wanting to do something about climate change and survive, then it would take at least 15, 20 years to actually change things. To actually decommission the coal-fired power stations and put in solar collectors and change our transportation system and change our cities. If all of humanity put all of their effort into doing that, it would still take 15, 20 years. And that's like the social lag time. And the problem is, with pollution and so on, there's a biological lag time that those pollutants keep acting for another 20, 30 years. And so things, even if you could click your fingers and eliminate any new inputs of carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases right now, things would get worse for 30 years. And so I look at the fact that, it'll take 20 years social lag time before we can, effectively change what's going in. And then there's 30 years biological lag time. That's 50 years. And we're already past that. And there's a social tipping point where, since 2000, things have gotten worse as people become more desperate, as the price of food increases, as the social pressures increase, as fascism increases, and the desire to, clamp down on this and that, and neo-capitalism goes crazy, and all of the rest of that stuff. It gets harder and harder to put the world together. And so I felt like 2000 was the breakover point. And I think, okay, 2000, we haven't fixed it by then. Things are going to get worse until 2050, and then by then there'll be an ecological catastrophe of some description. It could be this, it could be that. But before then, You know, like people think about sea level rise, but it's not going to be sea level rise. It's going to be rises in the cost of food and the cost of virtually everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like people talked about the oil crisis, and people say, well, we didn't run out of oil. No, but, you know, petroleum and all that sort of stuff has gotten more and more expensive and more difficult to extract. More and more expensive to extract. Yeah. Like, yes, you can extract it from the seabed, but, you know, like 100 years ago, or 120 years ago, I guess now, you know, there was petroleum at ground level. You could scoop it up in buckets.
Yeah.
You know, in Pennsylvania and places like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was easy to get. You know, copper existed in veins.
Yeah.
You know, these days, like Mount Isa, they have to, you know, they talk about how much you can get, how many tons of material you need to get shift to get 100 kilos of copper.
Yeah.
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 And the technology involved in that.
Yes.
And the energy involved in that. You know, people don't think about that. I don't know. It's just like, yeah.
Yes.
I think we're well and truly fucked.
Huh?
I think we're well and truly stuffed.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
and
but
all you can do is try and be kind to one another.
Yeah.
Do what you can. Care about, you know, other beings.
Yeah.
Care about each other.
Yeah. And be here now and sort of enjoy the moment, because that's all we really have.
That's all we have.
I mean, the future doesn't exist really. You know, it's all just it's just now. You know, a series of now moments, basically.
Yeah.
And I was just, but sometimes, you know, when we're you know, we you know, because we're living rurally, and you know, we have to drive to places. There is no public transport around here. We have to go. So we drive to pick up, you know, like if we have to go to the supermarket, or we have to drive into town to, you know, to go to the hospital, we have to drive, and we have to use a fossil fuel car. And sometimes I just say to Didi, I can hardly believe at this late stage in our species that here we are driving around in this ton of steel, you know, run by fossil fuels, and there is no sign whatsoever of an electric car anywhere here in Tasmania. There is no portals at stations to plug in an electric car. It's un-effing believable, you know.
Well, I look at that, and I look at the fact that, you know, when I was working in Parliament, you know, like they were bringing in the idea of lead-free petrol.
Yeah.
This was in '93.
Yeah.
And you know, like my point was, most of the rest of the world had done this 12 years before.
Yes.
And because Australia didn't do that, the car companies kept selling us petrol, you know, lead petrol car engines.
Yeah.
And you know, like the Philippines had lead-free car engines.
Yeah.
We didn't. Because the government didn't ask for it.
We're so backward here.
And
it never used to be like that, though.
My God, you know, the car companies, they're global car companies.
Yeah.
Toyota, Ford, GMC, you know, all that kind of stuff, and they're producing unleaded petrol engines in Europe and in Japan and in the Philippines and stuff for 12 years.
Yeah.
And they weren't doing it here.
Yeah.
And it's like, why on earth are we so stupid?
Yeah.
And I see the same thing with the electric stuff. I mean, we don't have electric cars. We're not going to have electric cars before it's too late, you know. Like,
I mean, we're not going to have them. Now let me read out, Didi. Let me read out some comments, because this doesn't play back after the fact.
I'm sorry.
So Lorna said, conversation is not too depressing. What is depressing is all the people who do not want to know or can't believe. Yep. And Robin says, yeah, I think humankind is suffering from addiction to capital. It's destroying our minds and bodies and environment. First step towards recovery is admitting you have an addiction problem. Yep. Actually, I saw something by Russell Brand today about that, which I thought was interesting. And then Lorna said, yeah, exactly, the sleepy masses are the most depressing aspect.
I don't know.
Kim says, wow, 2000. Hang on, can I read the rest of these?
Yeah.
Robin and Lorna, absolutely. Robin said, yeah, it's becoming almost a net loss in terms of energy to extract petrol here in Canada. Fracking is god awful. Our government has made it illegal to protest the fracking. Oh, wow. Robin, yeah, the oil industry has been keeping down the electric car since the 1900s. Yeah, really, it's just crazy. Didi, let me play this by because we were talking about the lack of the food, the prices and everything going up. And I just wanted to play this thing from On Contact. It's only like a minute long.
Okay. Go for your life.
Just hold on a sec. Let me turn up the thing. I'll play it through my microphone. Hold on.
Okay. I'll just shoot some asteroids.
By 2050, the world's population is expected to reach nearly 9.8 billion. Most of this increase will occur in the global south. To feed a population of this size, we will have to produce more food in the next 40 years than was consumed in the last 10,000 years. If we continue to rely on the animal agriculture industry to feed us, the planetary food supply will soon suffer severe shortages, leading to massive hunger, malnutrition, starvation, and widespread unrest. Industrial animal agriculture already occupies more than half of the world's arable land and resources. It consumes most of our water. It expels more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire transportation sector. It is polluting and often poisoning the water, soil, and air, and deforesting the planet, as well as causing species extinction. The clash between overpopulation and a species reliant on the animal agriculture industry is a recipe for global catastrophe. Joining me.
Yeah, so that's interesting. But let me just share, just in case. I'm sure anybody who watches, this channel has heard me say this ad nauseum, but I just find this sort of a startling, startling kind of a figure for what would happen. Oh, geez, why can't I open this up? Hang on a second. Anyway, did people hear that okay, or was that too loud or too soft?
It was pretty soft.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Well, it's soft over there, Didi, but it may not have been soft on the...
Maybe not.
I was holding it right up to the... I can't find it. I was holding it... Have they changed the things on my phone here? Oh, never mind. I can't find it. Anyway, basically, with if everything went plant-based, there'd literally be continents left of land to use, but you wouldn't even need those continents. You'd be able to feed the planet with the land that's being used right now for animal agriculture. But there'd literally be continents. Oh, sorry, that's probably not a good explanation. But there'd literally be continents available to grow food, but you wouldn't need those continents to feed the planet. So, it's like let go, be dragged. We're going to have to let go of animal agriculture, whether people like it or not. So, you heard that okay? Okay, well, anyway, yeah, that was Chris Hedges on Contact about a year ago. And there's something else. This is very interesting that I read many years ago when he said, this time we're taking the whole planet
with
us. And there's this great bit about the Easter Islanders and how it sort of is like a microcosm of what we're doing to the planet. And I sort of thought it was very interesting. This time we're taking the whole planet with us. So Truthdig that is taken a hiatus now since all that problem. So anyway, it says there's this bit about Easter Island. Hang on. Go away. There's little things popping up. I can't. Go away. There. Where is it? It's funny when you want to find something. Anyway, the happy news is that there's a lot of methane. This is something else, but there's a lot of methane underneath the East Siberian Arctic shelf, and if 1% of that came up, the temperature would go up a few degrees in a few years, and everything would be over. And unfortunately, the permafrost is melting underneath the oceans, and also the East Siberian Arctic shelf is melting. So that's another happy thing that's happening.
Well, that's one of those tipping points.
Yeah.
Actually, that scientists talk about.
Exactly.
If the methane starts coming up from the East Siberian ice shelf and other areas like that, basically they will add so much greenhouse gas to the atmosphere that it will be a disaster, and it will be unstoppable.
Yeah.
Because the more it does that, the more of that area will melt, the more methane will be released. Methane is 25 times more active as a greenhouse gas than CO2.
Yeah.
And
Oh, and look, I'll just read this little bit about Easter Island, because this is sort of, hang on a sec, it's kind of interesting. It's Chris Hedges' thing from, I don't know, it was about 10 years ago. He says, it was no different on Easter Island. The inhabitants, when they first settled the 64 square mile island during the 5th century, found abundant fresh water and woods filled with the Chilean wine palm, a tree that can reach the size of an oak. Seafood, including fish, seals, porpoises, and turtles, and nesting seabirds were plentiful. Easter Island society, which split into an elaborate caste system of nobles, priests, and commoners, had within 5 or 6 centuries swelled to some 10,000 people. The natural resources were devoured and began to disappear. Quote, forest clearance for the growing of crops would have led to population increase, but also to soil erosion and decline of soil fertility, end quote. Paul Barn and John Flenley wrote in, quote, Easter Island, Earth Island, end quote. Quote, progressively more land would have had to be cleared. Trees and shrubs would also be cut down for canoe building, firewood, house construction, and for the timbers and ropes needed in the movement and erection of statues. Palm fruits would be eaten, thus reducing regeneration of the palm. Rats introduced for food could have fed on the palm fruits, multiplied rapidly, and completely prevented palm regeneration. The overexploitation of prolific seabird resources would have eliminated these for all but the offshore islets. Is that right? Islets? Rats could have helped in the process by eating eggs. The abundant food provided by fishing, seabirds, and rats would have encouraged rapid initial human population growth. Unrestrained human population increase would later put pressure on availability of land, leading to disputes and eventually warfare. Non-availability of timber and rope would make it pointless to carve further statues. A disillusionment with the efficacy of the statue religion in providing the wants of the people could lead to the abandonment of this cult. Inadequate canoes would restrict fishing to the inshore waters, leading to further decline in protein supplies. The result would have been general famine, warfare and the collapse of the whole economy, leading to a marked population decline, end quote. Clans in the later period of the Easter Island civilization competed to honor their ancestors by constructing larger and larger hewn stone images, which demanded the last remnants of the timber, rope, and manpower on the island. By the year 1400, the woods were gone. The soil had eroded and washed into the sea. The islanders began to fight over old timbers and were reduced to eating their dogs, and soon all the nesting birds. The desperate islanders developed a belief system that posited that the erected stone gods, the Moai, would come to life and save them from disaster. This last retreat into magic characterizes all societies that fall into terminal decline. It is a frantic response to loss of control, as well as despair and powerlessness. This desperate retreat into magic led to the Cherokee ghost dance, the doomed Taki Ocoee revolt against the Spanish invaders in Peru, and the Aztec prophecies of the 1530s. Civilizations in the last moments embrace a total severance from reality, a reality that becomes too bleak to be absorbed. So that's part of the essay, and I just sort of feel like that almost like describes what's happening, really, doesn't it? Dee Dee, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's one of the things, I mean, people don't consider population. And I think that's one of the issues in that particular scenario. And,
yeah.
You know, when, particularly on the left, when anybody mentions population, everybody goes, oh, Malthus,
freaks
Malthus.
Out. You say, racist shits.
Yeah,
you know?
and
yep.
Certainly people can use...
well, the West uses more resources than anybody.
The what?
The West uses way more resources than other people on the planet.
But people can use, you know, like population things in a racist way. They're doing that. There's a party in Australia, in Tasmania, that's doing that. I think it's called the Sustainability Party or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous, you know, like it's acting as if that's the crucial thing, that you need to cut out migrants, and that's not what it's about at all. Yeah.
No.
It's
no, but I mean, you can't just like basically we're behaving as if we're the only species on the planet that matters,
well,
and that we can just keep
that, and that gets into that vegan thing.
Yeah.
That, you know, like the thing vegans really are doing is that we're not the only species. We're not, you know, everything isn't our resource.
No. Certainly sentient beings aren't our resource.
Certainly
but I mean, if it, you know, it's just sort of like, I guess if we just want to run every single sentient animal off the planet and just kind of relegate them to zoos, then fine, you know, but that's not going to work like that. Anyway, by the time...
Well, the thing is we depend on those things.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the environment is actually, you know, a network, and we depend on all the different aspects of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not, oh, well, you know, if we get rid of those things, then we just won't have them. You know.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that.
No,
you know.
it doesn't. If insects go, we all go.
Yeah.
If worms go, we all go. If bees go,
bacteria, you know.
If bees go, we all go.
Yeah.
You know, it's like people, I don't know, people don't seem to, I don't know, we're also, like, it seems like people seem to think that all that nature is something to look at and entertain us, which is an incredibly speciesist thing, and it's not surprising because most people aren't vegan, but that's how people view a lot of what's on the planet. Yeah. It's something to look at.
Something to look at, or something to kill. Turn into money.
Yeah, or something to kill, like people's, the ridiculous hatred of insects, I find, in some countries, like the United States, this sort of absolute loathing and kind of hatred of insects is just insane. But anyway, it's just, yeah.
Robin says,
So,
did you read and with temperatures rising in the oceans, old infectious diseases may be able to return, as well as new infectious diseases in the new warm oceans ecosystem.
yeah.
Yeah, well, that's certainly true, but really significant in terms of disease is that, well, a lot of our pollutants and so on are creating modifications, and they're completely uncontrolled modifications.
Yeah.
But in any case, bacteria and virus evolve so quickly. Yeah, like a lot of bacteria, the doubling time or the generation time is measured in minutes. And so in an hour you might have 40 or 50 generations.
Yeah.
And it would take, a few hundred years for humans to go through that. I mean, 20 years is a generation for a human being.
Yeah.
And so bacteria can evolve at incredible rates. And we're kind of selecting for faster evolution and, in a sense, less stability to create more diversity to take advantage of anything.
Yeah.
And you see that particularly in bacterial antibiotic resistance. I mean, we've gone from antibiotic resistance, like penicillin resistance or something like that, to generic antibiotic resistance, where they're resistant to all the cillins, all of those related things. And then you start seeing the cross of resistance not only within a species of bacteria or within a genera, but between genera. I mean, it's like completely dissimilar bacteria seem to be able to absorb the resistance of other bacteria. Part of that's because most of that is on plasmids rather than in the nucleus. And so you've got this development of multi-spectrum antibiotic resistance, where things like tuberculosis are resistant to almost everything. And so those diseases that, we kind of mostly got rid of are suddenly back in force and immune to almost anything that we try to use to treat them. And that's kind of disastrous for a species that increasingly is urbanized. I mean, you look at like one of the major centers for tuberculosis, multiple spectrum antibiotic resistant tuberculosis is New York, because so many people are poor and living so close together. India is another of the areas that is particularly significant for that. But yeah, it's scary. Yeah, Robin, exactly. Our immune system just cannot compete with the same rate as disease mutation and evolution. That's what you said, and that's exactly right. Yeah, and disease is mutating so fast, and not only is it taking new forms. I mean, there are bacteria at this point that can eat diesel. There are bacteria that live on penicillin, that use penicillin for food, and that use, and this is something some ecologists have found, bacteria or fungus that will live on herbicides or pesticides, and see that as a way of cleaning up some of these things. But the thing is, these bacteria and fungi are not evolving to help us clean up anything. They're evolving to take advantage of anything that might be food. And that includes an awful lot of stuff that we would rather they didn't. And that includes us, ultimately. The incredible evolution, and not only the evolution in the ability to use things, but the evolution in resistance. I mean, I can't stress too much how antibiotic resistance has increased in scope and kind and in all kinds of ways, where different species of bacteria are transmitting plasmas between each other for resistance, and it's spreading everywhere. And very soon most of our antibiotics are going to be useless. And that's pretty scary. Yeah. Holly says diseases are smart. Absolutely. Yeah. It's
developing immune boosting drugs as they do war and nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
We'd have some,
If we spend as much time really trying to understand these things, rather than, all of the weapons evolution and all the rest of that. And somewhere or other, we need to recognize that there are limits. I mean, the famous limits to growth. It didn't say, anything about ethnicity or anything like that. And Our Common Future, Gro Harlem Brundtland's thing that was put out through the UN, and all of those things stress that we need to deal with this, and we need to change the way we live fundamentally with one another, and that includes changing the population growth curves, because as we keep increasing our population, I remember World Watch Institute in the 80s, I think mid-80s, published a thing saying that very soon the agriculture, our population will have grown to such an extent that only mechanized chemical agriculture can keep up with feeding us. And mechanized chemical agriculture basically mines the soil and decreases the amount of arable land. Australia's lost a huge amount of arable land. But that at a certain point, you just can't keep going. And people talk about, well, in socialism, but the socialists, they see nature as resource too.
Yeah.
Okay, the distribution is better, and that's a good thing. But if you're just going to keep increasing the number of people, it's not going to work.
No.
And I'm not saying that we should in any way limit. Garrett Hardin's lifeboat theory was utter rubbish. We are a planet. We are all in this together.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to be unaffected. There is no special lifeboat that's going to be safe. That's just garbage. That's the kind of thinking the rich think that, they can totally ignore all of the environmental catastrophes, because they're going to take control of so much resources and so much wealth that they'll be able to build themselves the most spectacular bunker in the world.
Yeah, really.
And their kids are going to hate them,
Yeah.
and their guards are going to turn on them.
Yeah,
But,
and they'll be there for thousands of
hell?
years, and they won't be able to survive for thousands of years in the bunker.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I wanted to read that thing I was trying to find before that probably many people have heard me say already, but
Robin says very scary. I'm not trying to be scary. It's just these things go through my mind. I hardly ever talk about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is sort of, about the food thing and stuff, and I think it's really important to consider this because this is a real study. I've mentioned this before many times on my podcast thing. 119 countries, 40,000
this
farms.
Is really important.
The largest study to date. 40,000 farms. 90% of all we eat from farm to fork. And I'll read the second part of it, which is avoiding meat and dairy products. This is the conclusion, is the single biggest way to reduce your environmental impact on the planet, according to the scientists behind the most comprehensive analysis to date of the damage farming does to the planet. The new research shows that without meat and dairy consumption, global farmland use could be reduced by more than 75%, an area equivalent to the US, China, European Union and Australia combined, and still feed the world. Loss of wild areas to agriculture is the leading cause of the current mass extinction of wildlife. And the other point about this largest study to date was the study published in the journal Science created a huge data set based on almost 40,000 farms in 119 countries and covering 40 food products that represented 90% of all that is eaten. It assessed the full impact of these foods from farm to fork on land use, climate change emissions, freshwater use and water pollution, that's eutrophication, and air pollution, acidification. And the conclusion was, quote, a vegan diet, a diet free of meat, dairy, eggs, fish, is probably the single biggest way to reduce your impact on planet Earth, not just greenhouse gases, but global acidification, eutrophication, land use and water use, end quote, said Dr. Joseph Poore at the University of Oxford, UK, who led the research. Quote, it is far bigger than cutting down on your flights or buying an electric car, end quote, he said, as these only cut greenhouse gas emissions. So that's something that I share, and oftentimes I get people just kind of like this blank look goes, you can just see the blank look going across their face, even though of course it's just it's just online interaction, but it's almost like I haven't said it. And I think, how could anybody listen to that and not kind of think, oh wow, that is really sort of that is significant.
The amount of arable land that would be
it's just sort of significant.
It's just insane.
And either they're science, are people science deniers, or are they just so attached to animal products that they'd rather not survive than let go of animal products?
And it's not like you'd have to use that land for agriculture. You don't need to use a fraction, but a fraction of that land. Most of that could be used for rewilding and things like that.
Yes. And I don't know. I just find it kind of astonishing that people aren't moved by that. And the Pulitzer Prize recipient Chris Hedges, he went to see Cowspiracy. His partner Eunice Wong took him to see Cowspiracy, the sustainability secret, and that's what made him go vegan. I'm not sure exactly how much he is, I would hope people would go vegan for the ethical reason of not wanting to use sentient animals as resources, but anyway, he sort of, maybe he's gone that way since, but anyway, that sort of spurred him anyway to stop eating animal products. And I don't see how anybody can watch Cowspiracy and not want to stop, consuming animal products. Can you, Dee Dee?
No, not really.
And of course, veganism is more than just not eating animal products. It's not using animals and, for clothing, entertainment and everything. But I'm just talking about
veganism isn't about the environment or about
health. It's about, the ethical reasons not to use animals. Anyway, so there we go. But I find those statistics really significant, and you barely hear about it. It's like that. I mean, it's a huge study. It's huge. How could people not have heard about it? And it's barely made a blip, has it, Dee Dee?
Yeah, and you find, like environment organizations still don't want to talk about going vegan.
No,
that's
they just ignore
too
it.
weird and too hard.
At
It's
best,
not even. I mean, they'll talk about.
it's not
you
weird,
could
darling.
get this kind of light bulb,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you'd think they could even suggest that you might go vegan.
Yeah.
Like even if they're not going to push it,
Yeah.
like as a suggestion at least.
Yeah, but at
At
best they
least.
just ignore it, and at worst they dump on it.
Yeah.
It's just astounding, and that's what just makes me think we're just too, as a species, we're too stupid to live.
Yep.
Because people are more interested in their careers, like Bill McKibben, and interested in big corporations giving him money, probably including the animal agriculture industry, to shut the hell up and not
Yeah.
talk about animal agriculture. They're more interested in that, these short-term benefits, than actually doing anything that's real and significant. I mean, adding that to the thing. I mean, I honestly feel like, often say to these people on Twitter, if you're not vegan, you're not serious about it. You really aren't. Not vegan, not serious. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I'd agree.
and
with
every
that.
time I see Bill McKibben talking, I just have to turn off, because I think, shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up. You're just full of it. Really and truly.
Yeah.
And Extinction Rebellion's the same. They at best ignore veganism, and at worst they're dumping on it and trying to make out that it's not significant. I mean, holy crap. How fucking sad is this? At this fucking stage in things, this is how people are. These are the people that are supposed to be, the vanguard of trying to do something, and this is the way they're going on. Unbelievable,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It is.
I mean, we knew about the Amazon rainforest, an acre a minute. This is 15 years ago. An acre a minute was being cleared for animal agriculture in the Amazon rainforest. They were burning down an acre a minute so they could put cows on there and raise them to then send them around the world. And then they were also burning an acre a minute for to produce soy, and 90% of that soy is to feed animals in feedlots around the world. And now it's 2 acres a minute because Jair Bolsonaro has just let everything go to hell in a handbasket. And that's why in 15 years we're going to have the Amazon rainforest putting out carbon dioxide instead of absorbing it. That's one of the reasons. I mean, seriously and truly.
Yeah.
And so if we were vegan, this animal agriculture demand in the Amazon rainforest wouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
I mean, people like to blame capitalism, and they like to blame corporations, and they like to blame McDonald's and KFC and Whole Foods and all these fucking, corporations that really, and slaughterhouse workers, and they only exist. Uh-oh, my screen's gone black.
Yeah.
Does that mean we're offline?
I think you're still on.
Okay.
But,
And those things only exist because we're not vegan. It's not like these. If we were vegan, these like KFC would be selling plant-based everything, and if we were vegan, Amazon rainforest, well, and they might find something else to do with it, but they probably leave it alone, maybe.
Yeah.
And if we were vegan, there wouldn't be, all these different businesses would find other things to sell.
The game crashed.
Oh, are we still? Are
It's
we
coming
there?
back, yeah.
Oh, okay.
See? We're still live.
Okay.
The
Anyway,
game crashed.
I'm sorry I'm on a rant now, but just sometimes, like, I just sort of feel at this point, I don't have any manners left, and I'm sick and tired of tippy-toeing around the issue and trying not to hurt people's feelings or confronting people so that, I mean, there's no time left anymore to be tippy-toeing around and being so careful not to upset people and trying to sort of gently push people towards
people.
things. I mean,
Yeah.
we've got a 5 alarms. It's a full-on. Like, even if we are going to go extinct, at least we could mitigate some of the disastrous things by going vegan,
It's
and it
time
doesn't
to
require.
try and whack a life life jacket on people and throw them off the fucking Titanic.
And it doesn't require any permission from anybody. It doesn't require any permission from any corporations or governments or your parents or anything, you know. And I mean, people are kicking. A lot of people are kicking and screaming to it. You'd think it was the worst thing on earth. I mean, it's a delight and it's delicious, and you know, you don't have to be thinking, oh my God, how many baby cows died this week for my, you know, 5 lattes or whatever. Not that we drink that, but you know, you know, how many male calves were killed for this piece of cheese, you know, that kind of thing. You don't have to be thinking about all that stuff. You just you can just kind of like think, well, I'm doing my best. It may not be perfect, and of course animal use is everywhere. I mean, there's animal glue in computers and all sorts of things, but at least the most obvious forms of animal use we can stop doing. And it's not a hardship, and I don't know, just kicking and screaming. People, you know, some of the excuses people come up with, holy crap.
Yeah, really.
Unbelievable. They just run through all these, like, it's not our first carnival. We've heard them all in the last 15 years, all of them. There's nothing that I haven't heard that people come up with, including I'm allergic to all plants. I mean, you know, we met somebody not so long ago that instead of just saying, look, I don't want to become vegan, fuck that, really, I'm not interested in it, and you can't, you know, they said, oh no, I can't, I'm allergic to all these different things, you know. And then we see them on, you know, on social media, and they're drinking wine and they're eating quiche and they're, you know, having all kinds of animal products. Like, apparently they're not allergic to animal products, but apparently they're allergic to all these plants. Imagine that. I mean, seriously.
Yes, really.
So anyway, people come up with all sorts of BS. Yes, exactly, Robin. Allergic to plants. I mean, seriously. I mean, seriously, I would prefer people just say, I'm sorry, I'm too lazy. I just can't. I don't care about animals. I just want to munch on bacon all day. I would have more respect for people if they just said that than making up nonsense. It's just an insult to one's intelligence. Hey, Dee Dee.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm really having a rant tonight, aren't I?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I'm sorry. I hope I'm not offending anybody, but seriously, it really does, you know. I mean, at this late stage, I just sort of think, oh my God, what is wrong with people? You know? I mean, what does it take?
Yeah.
You know? By the time people wake up, by the time the shit really hits the fan, and there's actually, you know, people start starving, I mean, I think that's the only time some people are really going to take anything seriously, and by that stage, like, it's over, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, people should be just let alone the fact that an acre a minute of Amazon rainforest is being cleared for animal agriculture. People should be freaking out about that. That's been going on now for years, and now it's 2 acres a minute.
Well, you know, the other thing that I remember hearing in the 70s, I think it was that the Amazon rainforest is mostly on lateric soil. And lateric soil, I mean, most of the fertility of the Amazon is in the leaf litter and all that kind of stuff. And without that, when you strip the plants away, lateric soil basically turns into something like cement.
Oh no.
Yeah. And
Jesus, what, worse than clay?
yes,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
I bet you I've probably lost a whole bunch of subscribers talking about veganism, but too bad. Every time I talk about veganism, well, up until I started getting all these subscribers at the election period,
Yeah.
I'd talk about veganism, I'd lose a few subscribers. I'd say to Dee Dee, I'm about to do a vegan video. I'm going to lose some subscribers.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't care anymore.
Worship.
I don't care if there's only 5 people listening to me about it. That's fine. If somebody goes vegan, it's worth it. Oh yeah. Now, let me tell you something funny, just to get off the track of all the heavy stuff and everything. So I have this. I love like things with dinosaurs on them. You know, we don't really have any. we don't really have any dinosaurs around the house, do we, Dee Dee? Like
No,
no.
we don't.
But I bought this. So it's not like, you know, if you walked into our place there'd be dinosaurs everywhere. No, it's not like that. But a few years ago, I bought this, what I thought was like a poster, you know, like a fairly large poster, but anyway, it was a poster with some nice dinosaurs on it. Yeah, it was a poster with some nice dinosaurs on it that was sort of, they weren't cutesy dinosaurs, but they weren't ferocious dinosaurs. They were like somewhere in between. Oh, that's nice, Robin. But if you ever have any questions about it,
Good.
please feel free to ask me whenever.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to help you at any time.
Yeah.
And
just
more than
remember,
happy.
vegan diets. I mean, like nearly any so-called ethnic diet.
Yes,
whether
can be
it's,
veganized.
Spanish
Except haggis.
food.
Oh, they might even have a vegan haggis. You never know.
Oh, well, I said local diets, except French food.
Yeah.
French food tends to be very heavy on the dairy.
Yeah.
But, you know, like Turkish food, Greek food, Mexican food, Latin American food of almost any,
Yeah.
North African food,
Yeah.
almost all of that is mainly vegan, you know, like if they had meat, it was generally a little bit that they added in. Only Henry VIII had insane. And
Yes.
look at him.
Yes. Poor old Henry VIII. I think he might have had diabetes. Anyway, should I get back to my... But anyway, anytime, Robin, please feel free to... You can write me via the How to Go Vegan thing, or, you know, or just leave a comment in the comments section. I'd be more than happy to, you know, sort of do whatever I can. And I could even send you some books, if you like, or at least one book anyway. Anyhow, but I'll go back to the, so let me know if you'd like me to send you a book. I've got a really good book that you might like. So feel free to leave your post office box or something, and I can send it to you if you like. Anyway, so about the dinosaurs. So I got this. I got this thing which I didn't know it was that big. I didn't know it, but it turned out to be like, I don't know, how big was it, Dee Dee?
It's a wall.
Yes,
It's
it's a
a
wall
wall
kind of
mural.
thing. And I think it
It's
was for a kid's room.
A kid's room, like
Yeah.
a boy's room.
A boys' room? No, it doesn't have to be a boys' room.
It doesn't have to be a boy's room.
It's sort of a. They're sweet dinosaurs, but they're not cutesy. They're not ferocious, but they're not cutesy. They're sort of in
They're
between.
not like Tyrannosaurus.
They just look sweet.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I got this, and I thought, you know, I'll put it somewhere. But anyway, it's so big we don't know where to put it.
We don't
We
know
don't
if
know
we
where
have a
to
wall
put it.
that it works with.
And I say to Dee Dee, so should we put it over there? And she'll go, no, because I mean, you know, all these, you know, I don't want to inflict dinosaurs on the main, you know, the main lounge room or anything like that. So we have this sort of dressing room thing. So we'll probably end up putting it up there. But it's
I keep saying
really
we should put
funny.
it above the bed.
What? No, because then that looks like a kid's room. So anyway, but anyhow, so I don't know, what's my favorite dinosaur? I don't really have really a favorite dinosaur. Oh, excuse me. It's more about what they look like really than
Yeah.
anything. You know, the sort of the looks on
Kim
their
said
faces
that's
and stuff.
fantastic, Robin. Holly said Indian food, of course, Chinese and Japanese, absolutely, and Turkish food is fabulous in its diversity. Iranian food, any Middle Eastern food, really.
I make some
Greek
really
food.
good curries and stuff from scratch.
Yeah, Trish has gotten very good at making.
Yeah, I
curries
wasn't
from
good for a long
scratch.
time, and then I realized that I should just never ever use pre-made, curry things, because it's not really a good idea. So I sort of just make things from scratch, and it's much easier and it's way better, and really simple too,
It is.
and it's yummy as all get up.
Mm.
So yeah, I've had a lot of wonderful Indian, Chinese, vegan dishes. Now, if Robin, if only we could get Robbie Martin to go vegan. I'd love to get him to go vegan one day, but I don't think he's. I think he's got his head too far into the weeds with all the different things, and he doesn't. That's just not something on his radar. But you never know. One day. And usually I sort of try to, I try not to, I try to find sort of, areas of times that are appropriate to sort of talk about things. Like, of course, on here, I started talking about it because you brought that up, and then I couldn't shut up about it. But, but sort of I try to. So I usually don't talk a lot about it with people that I am friendly with, because I don't want them to feel like I'm kind of pressuring them. But if there's a sort of an avenue to kind of talk about it, I will try. Hey, Didi, I'm pretty good with that sort of thing. I'm pretty skillful with not, kind of making people feel like, like any pressure or anything. I try to just look for, avenues, and I'm sure you probably do too, Kim. I imagine. Little openings. But that's probably the most I've talked about it in a sort of, because I usually, when I do my vegan videos, they're only like, I don't know, between 15 minutes to 30 minutes, aren't they usually?
Yeah. Doing a lot of whizzing through the galaxy at the moment.
Yeah, Robbie has his mind in other places, yep. He's got quite a mind on him, really. The sort of, some of the things he comes up with.
Yeah, Kim says even poutine can be veganized by using vegan cheese.
What's that?
Kim says even poutine can be veganized by using vegan cheese and making your own gravy.
Oh yeah, what's poutine?
Poutine is chips, basically, with a kind of cheesy sauce.
Oh.
It's
okay.
Quebecois
Chips with a
thing.
cheesy sauce. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh Jesus.
Holly says I'd love to try poutine.
Yes, I use every opportunity I get to talk about it, assuming, of course, the person expresses an interest. If someone doesn't care, then you just move on to someone else. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people have to have some kind of a, think animals morally matter in some way, usually. Because if people only go vegan, well, it's not even really vegan. If you're only going, if you're a plant-based dieter, if you're not doing it for ethical reasons, really, yeah. So there's a lot of people, they say they're vegan for health reasons, but that never really sticks, because the minute it becomes inconvenient, then
Also, like it's so easy to, if you're doing it for environmental reasons, you can kind of say, oh, well, I know this has a little bit of oyster sauce, but how much can it hurt the environment?
Yeah,
If I just once in a while have something.
Yeah, and what's a latte once a week? That's not going to hurt anything. You know what I mean?
Maybe not a latte, because that's the dairy industry, but I mean, it's like...
Yeah, but that's still environmental with the cows and stuff.
Sure.
Yeah. It's funny how people don't consider dairy an environmental problem, even though they're cows. It's like they completely... And of course, it's an incredibly violent industry. That's the most important reason to stop using it. But it's funny, they just don't see, they think that meat is everything.
Yeah.
Did he? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
It's like dairy. It's like dairy doesn't come from cows.
Yeah. Or
that makes me
laugh. It comes from cows, but then it's just fine. They just give it to you.
Oh yes. Cows are just in a permanent state of full udders. It's got nothing to do with being pregnant or having children that want milk to drink. No, they just walk around with these gigantic udders. Just.
Well, they can hardly milk.
So they can give you milk. I mean, seriously. But there was a time where I didn't even think about why cows had udders full of milk. Seriously, because you'd never see any of the children around them. They're children, because they'd all been either taken and enslaved or killed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you just think that there's these cows wandering around with full udders.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Or that's just what cows do. They give milk.
Yes.
They just automatically do.
Yeah.
I think that's the kids' notion, like if you learn that it comes from cows and not from milk bottles, you think, oh well, cows are animals that give milk.
Yeah.
That's what they do. It's just how they are.
Yeah. Hello, you. Atti's looking at me and tilting his head. What does that mean, Atti? Atti, why am I calling him Atti? I know. Because that woman...
Because he's black.
No, because that woman down by the riverside yesterday was saying her dog's name was Atticus, and I had a cat once called Atticus. Sorry, Nandi.
You need to say that.
Hey? No, I'm just really...
Tell other people about
Atticus. Hey, Dee, you wouldn't be able to put some food in that, would you?
Yeah, sure.
Now, let's see. So Kim says, yes, I use every opportunity. Did I already read that? I get to talk about it, assuming, of course, the person expresses an interest. If someone doesn't care, then you just move on. Oh, I've already read that. It's a Robin said it's a Canadian thing. Chips and with cheese, curds, and gravy. Wow. Kim says fries, cheese, curds, and gravy. So that is a Canadian thing. Drowned in ketchup.
It's a Quebecois thing, I think.
A what?
From Quebec, that area.
And then, Robin says, Kim, ketchup on poutine, blasphemy, haha. And Kim says, Robin, I use Daiya mozzarella style shreds. The taste is strange when you first go vegan because you expect actual cheese taste, but now I am a huge fan. That sounds awesome. I'll check that out for sure.
We don't get a lot of vegan cheese.
Hello, you.
We're just starting to out here, but we're in a very rural area, in a marginal state, in a little island off of Australia.
Yes. And unfortunately, there are some excellent vegan ice creams here now, and we had a bit of a sort of a what would you call it? A gluttony.
Yeah.
We became little gluttonous beings with the vegan ice cream because it was
Yes.
totally yummy.
Well,
and now
because
we've
we
had
hadn't
to
had ice
stop.
cream in a long time.
So we had to stop. So we did that, and now we stopped. We kind of went through a little period of kind of eating ice cream, and it was really bad, and then we stopped. What are
Yes.
you doing, Nandi?
Mostly.
Hey, what you doing? Nandi Barnes. Nandi. Anyway, anyhow, Robin, don't forget to get yourself some B12, vitamins. Over the counter is fine, and just take about 2,500 micrograms a week, and that will keep you in good stead,
Yes.
because that's important. And anyway, if you have a look at that nutritionfacts.org, it really is incredibly helpful for nutrition stuff. It really is. It's great. And I think you'll find it incredibly interesting. And then by the time you've read a few things, you'll think, oh my God, wow, that's what I thought when I saw some of the things, and about animal products and about, excuse me, oh dear, sorry.
Trissy's falling asleep.
No, I'm not really. I'm just yawning, but I actually don't feel that tired. And yeah, check out Mick the vegan. I think he's very interesting. I'm not endorsing everything he says because I haven't seen everything on his site, but that's a good one. Like, speaking of, say people that haven't really got the ethical position internalized properly. For example, a lot of celebrities will say they're vegan, but really they really aren't, because when it becomes a bit inconvenient or something, they end up eating some sort of animal product, like Pink for a while there, she was supposedly vegan, and then the next thing she's eating salmon or something, and then Miley Cyrus was vegan for a while and going on about it, and then she sort of said, oh, but I couldn't get enough omega-3s and I had to start eating fish. Well, that's a whole lot of nonsense, because fish get their omega-3s from plants. So, and there's plenty of algae-based omega-3s now.
Omega-3s around, yeah.
You don't need to be eating fish for that. So that's a lot of nonsense. And and also at their wedding, when she was married to Liam Neeson, Liam Helmsworth, they served, I think, chicken takeaway or something to their wedding guests, and I thought, you've got to be kidding me. No vegan would ever, particularly at a wedding, and particularly people that have got hundreds of millions of dollars, there is no way they would be feeding any animal products to anybody if they were vegan. So the big flashing red lights were there.
You can buy, the best vegan cheeses, or if you want, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and there's so many, like the faux animal, the faux plant-based faux animal products are getting so good now. I mean, seriously, I'm sure they could have had some chef come in and if they needed to do that kind of thing for their non-vegan guests. So anyway, I just thought, oh, here we go. And that was like a couple of years ago. And then of course now she's not vegan anymore because she was never vegan really, because a vegan wouldn't serve animal products to guests. That's just not what happens.
If you were a vegan, you'd have used it as an opportunity to show how good vegan food can be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ouch.
Oh.
Wow, it's almost like Alien, isn't it? With the so Robin says
What?
So Robin says, do you use anything as a substitute for milk, or have you cut out that kind of thing? Well, we actually make our own soy milk, and we just buy some good soybeans from around here, non-GMO soybeans, and then we just steam them first, and then put them in a good blender, like a kind of a Vitamix type blender, and just zap them for about a minute. And then, you have some really nice soy milk, and it's better for you than the shop stuff, because the shop stuff, they like to put, sunflower oil and stuff like that. And, sometimes they'll even put some non-vegan vitamin D, because vitamin D comes from, the usual vitamin D comes from lanolin and sheep's wool. But there's vegan vitamin D3 that you can find. So we have vegan vitamin D3 every day. But anyway, so we just make our own soy milk. And, you could make, you can do the same thing with almonds if you like. But I sort of find that's a bit...
like in the supermarket, there's so much soy milk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of soy milk. You don't have to make your own. But we just find it's sort of cheaper and it's better quality. Yeah. And it's really easy and saves having to go to the shop every so often. So that's what we do, and we like to have soy milk in tea and stuff. But I mean, you can also make, other plant-based milks too, sort of thing. So if you want to, but there's heaps of stuff in the
milk and curry and into
I put
custard and into all kinds of things.
Yeah, I use make custards out of it. All sorts of things. Sometimes smoothies and coffees, whatever, like lattes and stuff, all sorts of things. So sauces, like I use like nutritional yeast type things to make a kind of a cheesy sauce, which actually turns out really well, with the different things that I put in it. Hey Dee Dee.
Yeah.
If I want to do that kind of thing. And you can really make some... I mean, there's lots and lots now of actual ice creams you can buy in shops, but about even 5 years ago here, or even 2 years ago here, there still wasn't any sort of real plant-based ice creams, were there, Dee Dee?
No.
And then there were, and then it was a disaster. Because they were yummy.
Yeah.
And so anyway, there's lots of things. Oh, excuse me, lots of things that one can do with plant-based milks. There's actually, if you're in Canada, there's actually, I know that in the US there's a thing called Ripple, which is actually made from pea protein, and apparently it's really, really nice. We don't have it here, but it's just spelt R-I-P-P-L-E, which is kind of an unfortunate name because it just makes me immediately think of nipple. And
it makes me think of the wine, Ripple.
Ripple? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I just find that a really weird thing for, when you're making a milk type thing, a plant-based milk, and you call it Ripple. Anyway, but anyhow, so it's a pea protein based thing, and apparently it's really, really yummy. So, yeah, I never used to like nutritional yeast, and then I did, and then I found out that nutritional yeast, they gave it to some women who had cancer, and it boosted the beta glucans in it kind of boosted their sort of immune systems quite significantly, only like a small amount of nutritional yeast. And I find actually nutritional yeast seems to be quite good for, although I have to say this hay season I've been having a lot of trouble for some reason, but normally it actually really helps with sort of hay fever and that kind of thing. So, and pollen, it seems to really help. But yeah, there's I've sort of got this whole new appreciation for nutritional yeast through that nutritionfacts.org, reading about that. Hey Kim, have you tried the what do you call it? Have you tried that Ripple pea protein milk? I hear that's really yummy. Anyway, Kim probably knows more about the sort of products that are available in Canada
and the US, yeah.
And the US, yeah. Because I mean, where we are here in Tasmania, there's hardly really anything. Fortunately, there's a margarine that's vegan. And the sugar here, like in the United States, there's a lot of sugar that is sort of purified through bone char. And so there's only certain sugars that are vegan. But here in Australia, there's pretty much all sugar is vegan here, isn't it, Didi? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not sort of purified and messed with bone char and things like that.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problems with that. And a lot of people don't realize that a lot of those lollies and the gummy bears and all of that are made from boiled down sort of animal tendons and animal sort of hooves.
All the happy things.
All the happy things. Like, it's really gross. Yeah. And people don't realize, these sweet little gummy bears are just boiled down sort of animal bits, aren't they, Didi?
Yeah.
It's kind of gross. I've never been able to look at I've never been able to look at all those jelly babies and all of that in the same way. Yeah, super gross. And then I found out that cochineal beetles were used in colorings for, ice cream and things like that. Pink, things that are kind of labeled strawberry, and so it's actually beetle colorings. That's kind of gross too. Who thinks of these things? I mean, who would think, oh, we want to make this, ice cream pink. Let's crush up some beetles. Seriously, Didi? Who thinks of that?
Yeah, who thinks of that? I don't know. It's crazy, really.
Oh, it's a bit pricey, is it? Maybe as Ripple gets more popular, maybe the price will come down. One can only hope. One can only hope, hey, Didi.
I find, like, it's only been very recently, partly because it hasn't been even available, but I don't miss most of the animal producty things.
No.
And the idea of I remember when, for a long time, if we were going out, we would eat, at some sort of an Asian place that would have a vegetarian or a vegan version of what they were doing, a
Yeah.
vegan version.
Yeah.
And then we went to this vegan restaurant. I remember on the Gold Coast there was that vegan
Oh,
restaurant.
yeah, that's right. And they
And we
had,
were very excited because it was the first time we'd
yes.
heard of a vegan restaurant.
Yeah, yeah.
And we went there and it was just all mock meat things.
Yeah, yeah. And it was
I-
weird.
And it was weird.
Yeah.
And we never went back.
No, so we went next door to this
the
other place,
Indonesian.
which was a Malaysian or something place, and they had, Malaysian vegan, some vegan Malaysian things. So
Yeah.
we sort of stopped. And I find, and this is where the whole idea of, this idea that veganism is elitist. I
Yeah.
find that these, restaurants that are kind of mostly vegan or vegan, they charge like the light brigade for their food. It's ridiculous. It's like they know they've got a captive audience. And so they charge ridiculous amounts of money. So I just find you can get things that are accidentally vegan in restaurants that are quite nice. Like there's a restaurant in Hobart that is got great. That he specifically makes vegan curry things for us. We haven't been there for ages now, but he has lovely curries and they're vegan, and
Certainly
honestly,
does.
they're just totally yummy. And now I've learnt to make some nice curries. They're not as nice as his, but they're pretty good though, aren't they, Didi?
They are. They're extremely good. I think they're as good as his. I think your Aviala is exceptional.
Yeah, Kim was saying vegan restaurants are well known for high prices and small portions. Yeah, and people sort of, that's where I think people get this sort of idea that veganism
some
is
sort of
elitist, but
elitist.
it's not. It's just that these restaurants are kind of
Rip-offs.
hiking up the prices. Hey?
Rip-offs.
Yeah, they are. Anyhow, we'll probably end up getting that dinosaur thing up on the wall one day. Hey, Didi.
Yes, because Trish wants it.
Gee, I didn't think we'd go beyond an hour and a half, and we're on to 5 hours now.
Oh no,
I know.
not another 5-hour marathon.
I know, it's kind of nuts, isn't it?
It is.
We'll probably have to go to bed shortly.
Yeah.
Thankfully, he doesn't charge some ridiculous price. Yeah, I found that here in Winnipeg, a friend opened up a really nice vegan burger restaurant. Oh, that's nice.
We have some friends who run a cafe here in Huonville, and they make some really nice vegan food,
Yeah, they do.
and it's inexpensive.
Yes, they make some nice vegan burgers that and other vegan things too. But they're vegan burgers. We can actually get one, and it's lucky we get one and we split it in two, and it's actually really quite filling, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah,
We're cheap there, aren't we?
we are.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for coming, Kim. Because we might, Dee Dee, we
Yeah.
might wrap it up because
Okay.
it's about almost 3 a.m. here now.
Oh no.
So yeah. So anyway, thank you so much for dropping in, and I hope I know we're talking a lot about veganism, but thanks for kind of
Putting up with it.
entertaining it, and and it's really great to see you all again.
Yeah.
And we'll probably in a
That's
couple of
lovely.
weeks do this again. Maybe if I'm lucky, by the time we do this again, maybe I'll have had my arm done. The endless sort of waiting to have the metal plate taken out of my hand. Anyhow, Didi, so do you want to wrap this
Close
up?
it
So it's
down?
lovely to see you, Holly,
Well, it
and
was
lovely to see you, Robin,
everybody.
Kim,
Have a good
and
evening.
Lorna, And have I missed anybody? And anybody who's lurking, because there's 9 people watching and there's 6 of us, so that's 3 people are lurking. So anyway, whoever's lurking, thanks so much for. Oh, there's 10 people watching now. So thanks for anybody who didn't come into the live chat. Thanks for hanging out with us, and I hope that you found it sort of interesting in some way. And if you feel like it, please feel free to subscribe to the channel and hit the notifications bell, and just to hang out and see what the content's like, because I just do whatever I sort of think might need attention or something that I find interesting, and I hope that you'll find it interesting too. So anyway, so thanks so much for dropping by, and much love to you all. And so I'll let you turn it off, Dee Dee.
Okay.
So
well,
much love and
goodbye
peace.
to all.
Okay. Bye for now.